So I think we're ready. Ben, thumbs up. Yeah, we're ready. Great. So, welcome everyone to AA Housing and Urbanism presentations of MArc's student thesis work. And it's a day of celebration, and my co-director George Fiore and I welcome all of you. It's always a big moment for us when we get to this point in the year when we can look back at what the students have accomplished. So I want to start by telling all of you a little bit about the ethos of the program and the kind of work that we do. We are a program that looks at urbanism as a project that has the power to initiate or nurture urban transformation. And we like to look at this as something where our students are aware of the drivers of change that they're harnessing to enable those kinds of transformations where urban areas can find new value in associational practice. We prefer not to begin with a predetermined polemic. Instead, we like to look at architecture as a way of opening up conversations that enable experimentation and a new kind of associational life. And I think you'll see that coming across in the students' work. Now, they're very diverse projects this year. We've had our largest cohort of MArc students ever, and the diversity, we use those numbers to enable us to expand the range of themes that we're looking at. And so in both sessions, morning and afternoon, we'll see 5 students in each session, and they've been arranged in a way to highlight the diversity of interest that we have as a program. At the same time, you can see that all of them are multi-scalar, and all of them involve these aspects of thinking about territory or urban area, looking closely at a project and thinking about what is changing in today's particular conditions. Another point about the work is that we tend not to emphasize the peculiarities of site so much as the repeatability of urban conditions. So we ask students to think about identifying an urban condition, and of course, they will know something about the site in doing that. But the emphasis will be more on understanding the way in which what they learn is transferable to other kinds of situations. And so the work that we're looking at is something that we feel helps us find the conversation between broader urban visions and an awareness of the detail of architecture that will enable delivery of projects to take place in urban areas to be effectively transformed. Now, today, we have in our jury a wonderful combination of old friends and new participants in the life of our program. So Katarina Borzi from the University of Nottingham, former external examiner of projective cities, and one of our long-term sort of friends of the program ever since her days as a PhD student here at the AA. And Katarina has gone on to lead a number of design programs at University of Nottingham, and in a way has built up a kind of conversation with the AA through this sort of sense of shared interests in typomorphological research. She's also written books on the crossovers between domesticity and urbanism, and is in that way very much tied into the kind of thought that we carry into our program. Lee Bennett, who is a partner at Shepherd Robson, is a former external examiner of housing and urbanism, so he knows the program perhaps as intimately as anyone on earth, and we're delighted to have him back to look at this year's edition of this. We also have with us today Mary Duggan, and Mary is coming to us for the first time, and we're delighted to bring Mary's interest in quality and atmosphere and material that she shows in the projects of her office, for which she is the the founder and director of Mary Duggan Architects. And Mary's work is known for the understanding of detail, and that's something that we want to build further in our program. So we're delighted to have you here. And we also have with us for the first time Simon Henley, one of the founding partners of Henley Hale Brown. Has won many awards for their really forward-looking approach to architectural reasoning in the context of very demanding London sites especially. And Simon, we're really delighted that you could make it, especially since on the way in, Simon's train had to be canceled because there was a landslide that took out the entire rail line that he was due to travel on. So for your heroic efforts to find a new way into the school, we're absolutely hugely appreciative. Now, the morning session will be chaired by my colleague Dominic Papa. The afternoon, we will have additional jurors, and Anna Shapiro will chair that session. As I say, we'll have five presentations this morning, beginning with Eduardo Carcavilla. Now, Dominic, I'll let you take over as soon as Eduardo's done, and that way we'll just skip right to Eduardo. But Eduardo is leading off because in many ways his work cuts across many of the themes that we see in the program, an interest in major urban armatures that you'll see sort of showing up repeatedly, the idea that rail lines, water systems are important to the way in which we think about things at scale, but also understanding the way in which an approach to morphology can help us address those, all the variations through which those extended armatures run. So Eduardo, we're delighted to begin with you, and please come take the floor.
Thank you, Larry. Is this working?
I think that's just the laser pointer.
Ah, okay. There. Okay, yes, of course.
So you move the computer exactly as normal.
Okay. So, good morning. My name is Eduardo, and I am presenting Manufacturing New Learning Grounds. Since the moment we are born, we learn from others, from our parents, from our families, from our teachers. But we not only learn from people, we can also learn from nature and landscape, which provide discovery and exploration. Cities have also learned from this relationship by intensifying former industrial employment lands and connecting them with greenscapes and also waterfronts. Nevertheless, these places were already inhabited before by communities that encourage a skill development and makers culture. Carpenters, pottery sculptors, gardeners, they all conform a community. They all make an identity. So what if we use this identity and capacity to generate intensification in industrial enclaves that could become a new learning landscape, where industrial elements such as distribution yards and sheds are used as platforms for knowledge and housing frameworks. We can look, for example, the very well-known Lee Valley at the northeast part of the Thames as a tributary that starts behaving as an armature for different industrial enclaves around the river and the green areas. But I would like to show you in more detail what happens in this less known tributary called the Wandle that goes through 4 different boroughs starting from Croydon to Wandsworth. So if we look closer, and I ask you to rotate your north to the left side of the screen, we can see how these industrial enclaves that are in beige color start having a strong relationship with the parks, but at the same time cause huge fragmentation. However, maybe we can start thinking about their size as connectors and creating future networks with the existing residential spaces, but also with the educational institutions that are also part of this larger system. Maybe it can become a regional intervention that not only accommodates infrastructural devices by its linearity, its beauty can be an armature for more, bringing service, making, and educational stakeholders, and create a large knowledge corridor. If we look with more detail, one segment of an industrial enclave, that would be here, we can see two things mainly. First, that the size of the warehouses starts determining the dimension of the plots between the high street and the armature of the river and the park. But also we can see that some yards that have different programmatic goals, objectives, can start to create some kind of framework. A proposed striated framework that takes advantage of linearity, the linearity of the river, to generate continuity, recognizes the size of the sheds and also the yards and how can they start assembling. While the distance between the park and the high street is wider, the framework offers a permeable ground that uses intermediate space between what is new or what can be proposed, the existing buildings, and the landscape. But in the other way, when the system starts getting very narrow, very compressed, all this intensity is condensed, and maybe we can start thinking about more hybrid structures. So if we look at this like striated system in a larger scale, maybe we can start to think of the type of porosities that it can produce, not only in the north-south axis, but also from the west to the east. The system is a morphological tool where housing form changes depending from the width of the composed between the high street and the river, and that has a potential of consolidating patterns of continuity between yards and the existing warehouses. Also, we can watch how building adjacencies and how they are grouped around different type of yards starts creating relationships not only between them, but also to the other side of the river where we could replicate this system. So we have like a multi-directional system of new continuities. So in different widths, different opportunities appear for the existing buildings. And yards take a more important urban role, where observation of productive and creative activities can take place, learning can take place. An analogous operation was used for Barking and Dagenham's strategy, to intensify expensive employment lands where morphological studies of horizontal adjacencies and their variation could start compressing the volumes to a level that they start stacking one over each other in order to generate value even in very small sites. This can produce keeping industrial land instead of exposing it and expanding it instead of replacing it. So when we look at industrial rivers, maybe we can practice observation as the artists did way long before we did. Trying to look beauty, but also opportunities of domesticity or leisure environments and connection to different type of morphologies. So if we look at the conditions existent in the area, we can use them also to drive our design. So for example, when the yard continuity is interrupted by a shed, this shed can also become a connector between the high street and the park. But also, it can become a community working place and start making connections with these deeper building housing volumes. Where the park takes diversion and starts spreading inside the grid of the city, yards start to become central in catalyzing different types of activities. An interweaved system that allows variation and integration by dissolving the boundaries between the park, the housing, the yards, but also between the high street and the new developments that a logistic area could be produced. So in the same way, we can also observe how linear buildings can create porosity opportunities, but also start connecting some minor volumes and work as another armature. Of the same way as the housing can start to become some kind of filter between river, park, and also these new learning yards. And where there is the minimum width between these contour lines, the impermeability maybe can be rethought, generating a porous skyline of morphologic variation. So if we think in these yards as assembly units, we can start playing with them and maybe consider it like a frame in very simple way, like in their sizes, from the widest to the more narrow one, and understanding their conditions and possibilities. Yes, in the widest one, housing volumes can acquire deeper proportions and thereby deeper ground manufacturing space, consistent with its morphology. Then internal distribution starts to play with shared space and courtyard space for manufacturing and collective work. The case of Soul House can illustrate this idea, where urban coherence can be shown while its typology also enhances this cooperation. But also, if this is a changing plan, flexible, it can also start making a dialogue with the manufacturing grounds and pieces that can be produced in this other volume. When the system starts to constrain, the housing morphology also starts to get narrow, and housing becomes more linear. But in order to keep these sharing spaces, we can use the building that Lundgaard and Tranberg designed before the famous Tietgen dormitory. And they already experimented with the idea of grouping living rooms and kitchens outside the flats in order to reduce the dormitory area and create good quality shared space. This condition is grouped in towers that create new adjacency to green spaces, but also start connecting between each other through transparency. This is Tietgen dormitory if you didn't know it. So this can be a mediation where more isolated characteristics are found in a model analogous to the artist's room. Serialization can be grouped, and what could be shared, what could be a shared living room as the other exemplar, maybe we can think of it as a shared working space area for the people that live here. So the volumetric variation establishes different relationships directly to the yard activity. You can see how the volumes start having different orientations towards more intense areas, but also have a different, more quiet atmosphere when it faces the park. The third one, the smaller one, compress the volumes, and with that, it starts getting higher. It starts, as we said before, piling the buildings one over each other, leaving the ground reduced to even more local activities. We can imagine gardens and small ateliers that share a very active corridor. To conclude, this framework offers a set of tools where the 4 boroughs, in this case, can use a common starting point that does not depend on one authority. Instead, it reads existing conditions and adapts them to increment the intensity of employment lands, giving power to outer boroughs without losing the chains of value that these enclaves can generate when thought as a network, manufacturing a new learning landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Is this working? It is. Okay. Thank you. An ambitious 19-kilometre long territory. Who would like to start with comments? It's 4 of you. Yeah, Lee.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. I think, for me, there's some persuasive drawings and arguments, but the missing element is the pedagogical bit, the learning aspect of the proposal. I see that. So we look at the Wendell and the stratification we get in the horizontal, looking away from it west, as we see in this drawing. I see the residential, and then I see the plates of industry. I see car parking between them, but I don't see as strongly as I would have wanted to the integration of the two, actually, and the suturing of those with the educational, the learning philosophy that you started to explain at the head of the presentation. That's one thing. And the other thing is just understanding from the jury's perspective the condition that you find when we're approaching the site. I'd really like to know more about the context that you're layering these things onto. That's not just a smearing of development across, as you said, Dominic, a very big region of urban space, which I think we probably now should be more surgical about, thinking about what is there, does it really need to go, and is there a way to weave your idea into existing structure and infrastructure? I suppose that touches a sustainable agenda as well. Those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you.
you want to respond to that, Eduardo?
Yeah, maybe I wasn't that clear, and probably I will try to push harder this idea of the housing combining also these learning devices in its ground space, but also in these kind of volumes, as I showed here, that start to become also part of this learning landscape. And I think that yards here have this potential to become experimentation grounds outdoors. A big part of my research was based on how we can learn outside and what are the possibilities of experimenting in connection with landscape. And I agree also that maybe I can use better images to show how these yards can be connected with the grounds of the buildings and create better relationships.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Eduardo was implying that it's a 19-kilometre long development corridor necessarily. I think that the diagram is trying to understand the opportunities, what dimension brings, and exploring. Obviously, he's raised these two exemplars of when they come close together and far apart. But there was a discussion around clustering and how the housing and the sheds and the yards come together.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously that could be articulated a little bit better.
Thanks. So I guess the geography is a kind of disruption in the city. You know, the river and everything around it is a break in the city. And so I guess the question is to what extent, although you say I think you're saying you're seeking to integrate it into the wider city as well as provide these various conditions of living and working and learning. But I wonder, I mean, I look at this image, for example, and I see something, in a way, I suppose, a bit like a seaside.
Mm-hmm.
There's a group of people living in apartment buildings overlooking the water, and then there's a series of things that happen behind it, and they're less valuable because they can't see the sea. So I guess this question of, in a way, it seems like it's almost slightly ironic in that it seems to be problematizing the problem as opposed to addressing the problem. I suppose to a certain extent it depends on to what extent you see the city and places where people live and work as and learn as radical or familiar. Because on one hand, the water is this, we have huge nostalgia for water and we appreciate it as these industrial kind of wastelands of overgrown waterways are delightful things. They're sort of delightful because they're not inhabited, and then, of course, they're forces for regeneration. So on one hand, water is an easy sort of setting for something, but perhaps, I mean, to me, the curious thing is that you don't deal with what's on the other side of the high street, i.e. what's in the foreground. And so this kind of question is, of to what extent this is sort of polemical and radical and provocative versus something which, I suppose, is more integrated and therefore, having happened, is not necessarily something which is the cause of much debate. And the absence of what is more normal and not addressing that, to me, I'd be interested to see how you would contextualize this in its real context. Because in a way, you're dealing with it as an abnormal condition and working with it, in a way, as a fairly isolated proposition. You're exploring ideas within it. We're not really exploring ideas of how it deals with its wider context.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's my first take.
Eduardo, do you want to come back to that?
I'm not going to answer
No.
to everything.
I think I sort of follow on from that loosely. Well, first of all, I thought your urban strategy I really like. I thought it was really interesting the way you presented enclaves on the corridor, and to think about the way across scales to redistribute it. I think I find that really convincing as a strategy, really well presented. So that was really good. And I also like that you really thought about the typologies that need to go with that. Yeah, I think where I'm following on from Simon a little bit, it reminded me a bit of Poblenou in Barcelona, which I've just been to a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you know the area.
I've been also recently.
And in a way, you have this grid, and of course, you know, they injected a lot of creative industries and learning into a formerly industrial area, and you really have cheek by jowl sheds and theaters and a lot of empty land, and it's really rich.
Yeah.
So, of course, that is premised that the grid is maintained and almost everything can happen everywhere. So I think it was just a question to you, at some point, I think I lost what's a yard and what's a corridor. So I understand your logic of stratification, but then I just wonder, do you really need this? And do you, for example, does the housing always need to be along the river? Or could be the next stage that you have, you know, a series of yards, urban blocks, fields, whatever, and then you have a number of principles through which they could occupy independent leaves on the river or something like that. I mean, it would just be one more step, right?
Yeah, we spoke a lot with, sorry for interrupting, we spoke a lot with Larry and Dominic about like start changing, inverting, and trying some variations. What happens if we put the housing? I think I consider to put it as this, to put it in a very like frontal way and be very like direct with it. But yeah, for sure that I think that this system should start making like crossovers between them, and yeah, and maybe be very straight ahead with what is a path, what is a walkway, what is a, I don't know, like the conditions also of each of these bands for walking and for watching and learning.
Sure, but I think these possibilities are inscribed, and I'd love to see a shed-turned housing, you know, and then, you know, just to multiply these. You know, I think in principle it's all there. You know, maybe you could have shown some more precedents who do something a little bit like that to illustrate it rather than this is a proposal.
Yes.
But, you know, I think it's still really rich.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mary, you want to?
It's a lovely project, congratulations, and very nicely presented.
Thank you.
And I love the way you've coded it, and you know, I'm looking at this and understanding it as a urban proposition. You've managed to throw what I'm reading as loads of architecture into it too, and sort of talk about it. That feels like it's background. I agree with the comments that perhaps the distribution of use is fairly well known, and perhaps something that you might default to. You're working present day with a brief and the kind of drivers that you would be given through policy, etc. I love the fact that it feels like it's a genuine landscape-led idea that you're developing. And I think, you know, picking up on some of the comments that have already been made, you're talking about landscape, you're talking about heritage and legacy, and bringing yards and a kind of industrial framework back into play somehow. But I also don't feel that you've done that, and I'm wondering why there aren't residences pulled back away from the river, and so there's a greater mix. But I think for me, what might unlock that, or a sequence of decisions you might make about it, is to think about actually how it might be delivered and the sort of time-based conditions that would apply to something like this, because it won't roll out like a framework. And I wonder if, I understand that you've compartmentalised it into smaller, more intimate areas that might allow you to have a very different quality within the framework, but what if you imagined it being delivered in parcels that started with heritage, and how you might occupy that, and then where that might lead you within your design framework. And that could be a kind of secondary layer to your proposition that might then map the reds and greens and yellows, might move around a bit. I think everything else has been said, actually, by the other jury members.
Great. Thank you.
John, first, add something else.
Of course you can.
I'm just listening to these last comments. It seems to me that there's a kind of there's an iconography to do with function.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Iconography to do with the function. There's this very kind of poetic, but cartoon-like manifestation of, you know, car park, industrial building, domestic building, although not in the kind of, it's a dramatic iconography of domestic architecture, kind of almost like a, well, let's just say modernist, constructivist thing. And it feels to me that typologically, if you tried a typological reading of these things, then forms and spaces, then that might free you up or give you another way of rearranging everything. Because it's something as simple as the car park, you know, unlike what Katrina's describing, you know, that part of Barcelona, but we've all been to places where something that in the past had a use, which was prosaic, then becomes a joyful, pleasurable place. Yeah. So that kind of rereading of all these pieces, or their multivalency, I guess to me that's what that would be another iteration, like an evolution of where you've got to, which then sort of immediately frees your hand that anything is equally good in a sense. I mean, it's a kind of very prosaic way of putting it, but at the moment there still is this kind of presumption that the stuff at the top of the image, the water and the park, is the kind of most beautiful thing to aspire to live next to, as opposed to the idea that what you make becomes equally good to live, work or learn in any combination. And then that's when the city kind of comes to life, I think.
Thank you very much. Just, you know, well, there was an earlier question around the high street, and I think there was a decision reasonably early on to not deal with the high street. I think it was the fact that we know the constraints and the problems of the high street in terms of the grain, and I think we felt that there was, rather than concentrate on that, to actually then concentrate on the hinterland, that strategies around transformation of the high street or reorientation and how the integration of large things that can come to the high street are well known, and therefore the focus is on the kind of the other things behind. But anyway, okay, thank you, Eduardo.
Thank you.
So, Sammy? So Sammy's going to show you something completely different. We're moving to the outskirts and the home counties and addressing the issue around the network of stately homes and National Trust properties, and exploring a kind of requalification of these structures and how they can be a cornerstone to a new way of life. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction.
You okay, Sammy? Everything loaded?
Hi, I'm Sami, and I will be presenting a brief introduction to my thesis called At Arcadia Nomad, Reinventing the Stately Home for Digital Nomads. So, advancements in the London's transport infrastructure introduced us the Elizabeth Line, connecting the central London to the suburbs of Reading. This connection drove urban and rural closer than ever before. From central London, it takes less than an hour to be in the suburbs of Reading and in the countryside, enabling alternative configurations of living and working. And I would argue that this could facilitate the emergence of new typologies and new settlement patterns within the semi-rural and rural environments. But what is the reality today? The reality is the developers continue to produce these ideal suburban houses, which each has this own front door, own garden, own driveway, and of course a pitched roof. And this is how it looks like in the plan scheme, and this could be anywhere. This is decontextualized. But what could be the alternative settlement that I'm going to propose? How could the suburban house could actually contextualize itself? These precedents from Benson and Forsyth, Lowen and Co., Pierre Dewan showed us that there's another alternative way to think about the the rural settlement. On my 1-hour train journey to Reading, I discovered the site of Basildon House, which a Neapolitan stately home, which could possibly form a new dynamic configuration with the settlement that I'm going to introduce in this rural zone. Its ground would accommodate new typologies and new settlements, and this Neapolitan house used strict Platonic forms of geometry, and the use of 1 to 1.5 ratio dominated both the plan scheme and the elevation. So those ratios actually became tool for me to understand landscape. Those ratios defined the boundaries between sparse and dense, built and unbuilt, marking the edge conditions. And through intervening the landscape, and create a contextual settlement pattern. And through intervening the landscape, the settlement could be invisible from the house. And this is how my proposition looks like. I'm going to dissect it with the help of these points. So in the corner, in the center, at A, you see the stately home, and B marks where the stable and the existing car park is located. And on the other end, and the point C marks the permanent typology that I'm going to explain it further. D and E are the temporary typologies, and located in between those two is a semi-permanent one. And there are two alternative routes that are proposed in this proposal. So the first route is an underground tunnel that connects the settlements and Basildon House together and to the external world. So H and G marks those points where the tunnel entrances are. And the second alternative route is a pedestrian way, and which you can see here. And those points, and the edge of those, on the corner of those points, an architectural incident is placed. Those architectural incidents, or follies, however you can call them, are tools to facilitate living on the grounds. And I will explain those incidents further in this presentation. To start, I want to dissect how I approach the house, the existing stately home on the grounds. Through small interventions, marked in black, a third layer is added to the house. Aside from tourists and the owner of the house who resides in the right wing, in this bit, a third layer is added. A third layer is the co-working spaces for digital nomads. The unused rooms that are marked in gray are used for co-working spaces. And digital nomads coexist with the tourists through these small interventions. They, through the use of the circulation routes that are existing in the housing, existing in the stately home, tourists and the visitors do not intersect. They, and I believe they enhance the use of the house. So the housing, the grounds of the house accommodate the housing. The first typology that I'm going to dissect, which is located here, is a more permanent typology. This permanent typology is concealed in the ground, and each unit shares a loggia with its neighbors. And this loggia is accessed through the kitchens and through the slots that are created in this in the landscape, allow light to pour in to these loggias and the niches behind, enhancing the possible encounters and sharings in between. The second typology that I'm going to introduce to you is a more temporary one, and it is slightly smaller than the first one. These units similarly share a loggia with each other, but on the other side, they also share a shared space which can function as a working space or a workshop, depending on the need of the user. Through creating the similar slots right here and here, a light pours into the circulation routes, both inside of the house and the external circulation. Located in both sides of the stately homes, the more permanent typology, the more temporary typology offers more temporary stays on these grounds. The individual living units are accessed through these shared spaces, which are shared by 2 or 3 different units, and loggias and niches link those units together, enhancing the formation of civic culture and the encounters in between, similar to the other typologies that I introduced. However, as you go up, the upper floor offers us flexible spatial configuration. Each unit shares a wall, and through sliding doors, they can connect to each other. Through these doors, units can expand both ways. Unit can expand both ways, correspondingly changing needs of the user. This collage depicts an elevator, which contrasts with the landscape. The elevator facilitates living on the grounds through connecting 2 levels together, to a level where the settlements are and to the lower level where the car park is. The Civic Grotto proposed an alternative way to link stately home, the settlements, and the subground tunnel. The semi-open loggias offer the possibility of alternative uses for this space. Through small interventions, the stately home accommodates digital nomads alongside the tourists. The closed rooms are opened up, and the experience of the house is enhanced for both users. Through reconfiguring the work and life balance and accommodating digital nomads in these settlements and using the stately home as a co-working space, a relationship is formed on these grounds. The villa serves the settlement by providing co-working spaces. The grounds conceal the settlements, and through the use of picturesque instruments, an alternative route is proposed for pedestrians. Therefore, through enabling flexible configurations and tackling the English domestic ideals, this thesis provides an alternative approach to the settlement. I want to end this with this poem by William Blake. Is there a New Jerusalem in the green and pleasant land? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sami.
Thank you.
I'd like to start this time. Maybe a question from the floor.
It looks like you should credit a little bit Super Studio here, because I see some Super Studio stuff going on, which would be nice to credit. And what I didn't get, some fantastic work, by the way.
Thank you.
In this project. What I didn't get was the digital nomad bit, actually. What I was seeing was somewhere that if I was approaching my dotage, which actually I am, it would be a perfect place for that kind of housing to exist. Single story, a kind of heart. You created a ha-ha in essence, with a tilted plane, with a little bit of kind of agriculture in front of it on that green space. So I missed that connection between what a digital nomad is and the setting that you've created for it. I really love the idea of kind of extinguishing the aristocrat from the stately home and inhabiting it, but at the same time I think you allowed them to live in one of the wings, which was quite interesting to see how that kind of interface might work. I think there's some fantastic drawings in it, and it's a very sort of bold and radical proposal, but I think it misses, for me, the opportunity for a setting for the kind of end of life or the dotage type living that this could really support in a radical way. So I think I'm not asking you to change the title of your proposal, but I think there may be alternatives within the structure you've created that would be enriching, actually.
Thank you.
That's a start, Dominic.
Thank you. But Sammy, do you want to come back on that? Because obviously it wasn't about dotage, was it?
I mean, digital nomads were like really helpful for me to understand urban and rural as equal. So they created this kind of, so the post-pandemic area has seen the rise of the digital nomads. They basically do not belong to anywhere. Like they go to Bali to work, and like in the meantime they can also like work and live at the same place. So, I think it helped me to understand, like my argument here is that like I think rural and urban should be understood equally, and right now it is understood as a as a leftover area, which is why we see these rural like identityless developments in the countryside, and digital nomads, through understanding like the fact that like the reason why I referenced Super Studio work was they propose an alternative living on Earth by saying that every human is detached from a single point and they can wander like a nomads, and this this understanding is what motivated me. So that's why I wanted to kind of, is that explanatory? Yeah,
okay. Sorry,
It's a very odd proposal, I think. I can't quite get my head around that. There's some really beautiful drawings, and there's the site plan you showed with your new geometry was incredibly beautiful, but it's just also very odd. And I think one of the points where I think it's slightly odd, I mean, stately homes are really, really undomestic. Yeah, and that's a really good thing, I think, right? Apart from all the pomp and whatever, really, they're really big rooms, there's hardly any privacy. There might have been some serving spaces, but in principle, every room is large. There would have been tons of people everywhere. They would have done politics and friendships and receiving people while lying in bed, etc., etc. I'm generalizing. I'm not sure if I saw this generosity in your proposals, yes? And then we come to your insertions where you maintain the view of the stately home. There's another thing I'm going to come on to in a moment. But you seem to have some enfilade, but I think it would have been interesting to look at the diagram of the stately home as an undomestic dwelling configuration, which is effectively living, working, whatever, and you just walk from room to room to room.
Yeah.
And in a way, that principle would have been quite nice to see then in your plans reappearing, perhaps.
I mean, I kind of wanted to tackle that by those small interventions, because like I was aware that they're all interconnected. Like there are three existing routes in the stately home already. Like the fact that you can, I mean, it's almost like the AA in a way, just like you have to kind of go through this room to go to the bar. And so, like, I think those small interventions kind of tackle that. And I think in the plan scheme, like the housing that I proposed, I think there's a variety of like small and big spaces. Maybe it wasn't apparent in the presentation because like I had to I scaled them up a bit, and then maybe it lost that kind of it lost that quality. But I get what you mean as well. I think.
Can I just say something about scale? Because I kept thinking, looking at your drawing, I kept thinking about the Smithson's diagram of the Golden Lane competition where they have a really, really big slab meandering across London. And I think politically I'm almost against it. You preserve the view of the big estate and all the other normal people have to be dug away. But you could almost invert that, you know, you could almost have take the diagram of the stately home, put them into slabs, multiply them across the site and see how many of them you can. This would have been a totally different proposal.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you what happened in my mind, and I thought, oh, that would be really interesting. And then the stately home just becomes one block amongst others, perhaps. It's not what you wanted, clearly, right? But I think if you think about repeatability or logic, one could have scaled it up, I think.
Lovely project. I was sort of thinking, oh my God, he's going to do it, he's going to do it, he's going to take down the stately home. I got quite excited about that project. Because I kind of agree what you've done is you've put everyone around the edges, and whilst you've allowed this sort of secondary inhabitation of it, you're still kind of revering it. And I wonder whether there is a more radical, let it become ruinous or reuse it. I think that the word urban and rural, you've taken this idea of something being located in a rural location. And I think when we talk about that word as practicing architects, it sort of means sometimes that you're not dense, but you don't define the function so much. And I'm looking at this wonderful image, but I wonder whether there's a lot of definition in your architecture, and whether they're buried, and I have the same concerns about that. But I don't really know what you're doing with the landscape and what you're imagining the people who live there actually do. And I think once they, so what's the connection with the Elizabeth line? Is it this idea that you get off a train, and because you're sort of getting your architecture looks like trains, in some ways, and I kind of wasn't sure what the relevance of the transport infrastructure, and what that allowed in terms of the time difference and things like that.
I think it's more about the time, because what I was surprised when I went to the Basildon house, it just took me less than an hour to kind of exactly be in that location. And the trends of this digital nomads are changing in it as well. So they actually want to live closer to their working space, even though they don't go there. And that link, the transportation link, is just helps me to understand, helps me to rethink the rural landscape in a different way.
Okay, so being a digital nomad, you live here.
Yeah.
You don't move. You can live and work within this
exactly.
environment. Okay, so maybe it isn't. I think I'm just questioning the word, the term rural, and what that might mean. Maybe your project is about redefining that very specifically.
Simon?
Sammy, first of all, I've got a question. You mentioned the typologies as one being temporary and the other being permanent. I didn't quite get that distinction. Could you just explain?
In terms of in architecture plans, or generally, what kind of users?
You talk about the idea that people would live there temporarily or permanently.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not that the construction has a different.
It's not the construction.
Life.
Yeah.
It's the life of the people there.
Exactly. So the difference between those two is
Storage. Did you say storage? Storage.
Yeah.
I thought it was there, but that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to kind of allow the expansion of I wanted to accommodate the indecisiveness of the user in a way. In temporary housing, you're just indecisive and I wanna try this. I don't wanna kind of go full on and live in this context for a bit. But then you change your mind. You actually want to stay there for a long time, and you expand your room. And then in permanent, it's just you're more committed to it, and the spaces actually serve that through its kind of storage spaces. It's they're more spacious living spaces, and so on. And I don't know.
And things, so I suppose things like that, so those typologies distinguish themselves perhaps because in one scenario it's more like an existence minimum type typology where you share more things and have less private space.
Exactly.
And so on.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really like the project. I think that there's various things to delight in the way you've drawn, and obviously there are references to other architects' drawings and so on. But it seems to there's something slightly Stanley Kubrick about that collage with the spiral staircase. That kind of, there's this time is playing a part. You're visiting. The way it's been collaged, you leave everything from the past intact, and so you live. I'm left obviously with questions, but joyful questions about how I will occupy that space, and whether I'm allowed to touch things, and whether I kind of sit on other things. So there's a whole other side in terms of detail, in terms of atmosphere, in terms of the visceral experience of living, which you allude to in these images, and that's great. And I would sort of say make a few more images to explore that degree to which there is this kind of curious relationship with what's there and kind of how you inhabit it. In terms of the wider context of the master plan, as it were, it seems that you could be creating ruins as much as it seems that what you've built in time could be mistaken for what was there first, or it seems to sort of fortify the site. It seems to, in a sense, give structure. I mean, one thinks of something like Castle Howard, where the architecture extends out into the landscape. So actually, I guess what's missing in this house, I'm guessing, is that kind of extension of the architect's thinking into the landscape, and something like Lutyens and Gertrude Jekyll in a very different time frame doing a similar thing. So in a way, there's it is, you could see it as part of a kind of English tradition of making big buildings in the landscape and how far they extend into the landscape and to what extent they modify the landscape, as well as Superstudio and Archizoom and other things. And then the idea of fortification, the idea of ruins. It seems to be that it's a very, very rich subject. I think my sort of criticism would be that, in these sort of enfilades or these terraces or stowers of domestic space, I don't quite sense what you really think it would be like to live there. What you talk about often seems to be, or illustrate, is what it might be like to be outside where you live, but not inside where you live, with the exception, obviously, of this image. So, again, that's just something to, if you want, keep going.
Yeah, exactly.
Your research, and to make that, in a sense, because it's the intimacy and the qualities of interiority that, in a way, become most powerful and poetic in this vast open landscape where you set out some ideas, because you orientate. I mean, I've got other questions like why do you orientate things the way you do, but what you seem to be doing, definitely, even if not specifically, is orientating them in a sense as if everybody who's living there is now experiencing something similar to the original house. You look away, you don't look at the house. You're not interested in the house. You're interested in the same thing the house was interested in, which is everything else. So it's that kind of extraordinary expansion and contraction between this vast, great, big, open-ended landscape and this very intimate space, which is where I would go next.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments.
So, I think every panel member was projecting their own way of life into this in a very interesting ways, rather than Sammy telling you about a way of life. We'll move on to Vili. We're going to swing back to Central City, and we're looking at the idea of the next step of transformation around infrastructural urbanism and armature with the railway viaduct and the changing food ecology and how, you know, those two things can come together.
Hello everyone, my name is Willy Wag and I'm going to show you a project that takes advantage of the requalification of the railway viaduct in South London. So let's start by looking at a video that I took from the train while going past my site in Bermondsey, which is to the south of the rail line. So if you look at this line is a very powerful line, and you see this consistency in the height. This is the Rural Road Estate, which has this long building which runs across 300 meters, which keeps going, and it has this very restricted idea of fenestration towards the railway because it was considered as a barrier or a nuisance. But then we see these upcoming projects which have a different approach, which this is Levitt Bernstein's project, and earlier we saw another one. So they have a changed attitude towards the way we looked at viaducts. And we again go back to looking at the traditional way of dealing with the rail line as something that was the edge of something, and we needed to protect ourselves from it. So these housing environments, the social housing looked at the way of the morphological approach was such that it never really connected or had a relationship with the line. But what we fail to see when we're in the train or above the arches is the life beneath the arches. So the life beneath the arches hides a series of culinary micro-industries and light industrial spaces that are the most vibrant place, which become the famous Bermondsey Beer Mile or all of these small-scale industries. So looking at a set of implications of this line, one of the key things is the varying block sizes as the rail cuts through across like a diagonal, introducing further questions of orientation, the intriguing rotation in the way we face the river, and which eventually creates different lines of vision while dividing the blocks and fragmenting the urban fabric. If we zoom in to this scale and look at this idea of the existing neighborhood, we again come back to the Rural Road Estate and we see the 300-meter long building. And it is literally sitting there with its back against the rail line, and it treats it as a nuisance. But then these are the projects which we saw earlier in the video, which, like this is the Dockley Estate building, and which has a fresh perspective towards this condition that embraces the viaduct. Then we start to see the viaduct as a piece of integration, allowing the ground to be a shared space that changes at different times of the day. This also shows the way in which the rail line creates asymmetry in the urban area, in the form of these service yards on the other side of the arches, creating a frontage that has freedom of light and air, and due to this asymmetry, the buildings that come on the other side can always be open to like ample amount of light and air, and this creates a unique mobility pattern as well, which we'll look later. So if we had to reimagine this linear building and retain the morphological approach by addressing the 300 meters, we could now create a new frontage along the viaduct through pushing and pulling of planes that create a sort of shear, or rotate and articulate spaces that invite us to think about the tremendous amount of variation that is possible along the linear morphology. And it could lead to different patterns of domesticity, and which can be achieved through subtle changes. So I'm going to show you 3 different ways of organizing the living environments. The first one is based on building on the existing culinary economy that is already emerging here. And so we start to think about where the kitchen is, how big it is, or how many people can use it, or if we even need a kitchen in some of the units. where we can take it away. So one of the ways of organizing is by emphasizing the collective quality of the residential dwelling, where the collective is separated from the units by a void that creates two types of circulatory environments. One which is more, one second. Sorry, how do you, okay. Yeah, so one which is more private and secluded, and the other one which sort of bleeds into the collective spaces, and it creates a hierarchy of volumes. On the other hand, the rotation of the units allows a diagonal relationship with the void, which creates a sense of privacy while still benefiting from the vertical transparency. And they can either be single or double-sized dwellings that can be adapted into the living and working spaces that allows the building as a whole to embrace future changes. This sort of gets us back to the idea of a collective kitchen from Tietgen Dormitory and the kind of domesticity it generates. And it's not just a space of like just cooking, but a space where people come and it creates a sense of community. The next type explores an idea of segmentation and stacking that liberates the floor from the services and houses them along with the core. This allows the utilization of the full depth of the floor plate, leading to multiple patterns of domesticity. Inspired by Catherine Beecher's cooperative housekeeping strategies from the Grand Domestic Revolution, this type extends the domestic chores and creates a service floor at the level of 18 meters, which again, we can gain the variation along the height. So the first, the whole idea about 18 meters comes from the fact that we can let go of the fire hazards and we can have units which actually don't need kitchens at all. And the 18-meter sort of becomes a connected floor running across two buildings, which could house all the services, and maybe there could be a housekeeping cooperation, that, like sort of a system that runs through as a way of life. So this is this level 2. So this space wraps around the core, creating a nuanced, some artist studio-like environment. On the other hand, it becomes a double-heighted space to the south, facing the southwest, and it creates an open plan that gives freedom to the user to appropriate the space. So this is the way we can create modulation and sort of break the consistency in height which we see from the railway, and the core is worked out to be very efficient and which can leave more space for the houses to extend and multiply as per needs. This is the 18-meter height floor, which connects through the previous building which we saw, and it becomes fluid and open to various ways of interior organization, and it sort of becomes a form of extended domesticity and builds a new culinary ecology by housing shared pantries, spaces for food preparation and cooking, and it allows for higher floors to after this to let go of the kitchen and maybe achieve more density, and this can be done by providing dumb waiters which could literally transport the food to your units above. So this is another way of looking at circulatory environments as a resource for collective life and making the ground as a space for local services that can be pulled up into the building. By using the ability of the linear morphology to accommodate a deeper floor plate, this allows units to get more freedom in their depth. By using a consistent module of 4 meters, the structure holds the ability to connect a series of rooms that can offer a wide range of unit sizes. This type becomes a spatial configuration of elements that can accommodate events that become a part of our everyday life, nesting smaller spaces on the ground, and whereas the leaving room for, again, the collective spaces to bleed all the way to the edge as we go higher. The ground becoming an extension of the life under the arches, it becomes a place for the local culinary resources to integrate with the housing, and the street stops becoming an edge, and instead it becomes a part of the vibrant system. So by rethinking the street structure and mobility patterns, the block extends to the other side, utilizing the asymmetrical nature and creating a loop of services. And by introducing a set of parallel linkages to the interior of the block, what we can do is to release the pressure of all the mobility systems acting on the main interface between the building and the viaduct. So as we see from the other side, from the arches, from the viaduct towards the building, we now begin to see a transformed culinary economy, a new way of life, a new approach which is not secluded from the traditional approach of the viaduct, which is close to the current patterns of our evolving ways of life. So in this way, the viaduct loses its rigid nature and starts to become a resource for not just the residents, but a wider for the wider neighborhood. And the extended depth of the arches, it breaks the idea of monotony of the rigid line, and it blurs it overcomes this weakness which was there in the previous decisions in the way we looked at the buildings that were in close proximity to this line. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lily. I'll let Lee have a break from starting. So who would like to kick off? Yep. Katrina, did you just do that sort of auction house?
Thank you, really interesting. I really like the idea that you think collective housing with infrastructure in conjunction and show different type of morphological variations. I think it's really interesting. I'm not sure if I could follow it as well as you set it out. You know, that's a very pragmatic comment. You know, I mean, I think some color-coded diagrams would have been really, really helpful. So it took me a while to figure out, you know, when you had the core and then you had the extended space next to the core, I had to look very closely where it is. So just to understand that, you know,
yeah.
I mean, you know, I really like your ideas. But I think because I was really I had to try quite hard to understand what's what, you know, what's you know, what are the scaled collective facilities and what does it mean to the domestic unit, to the old, you know, what do they share, what they don't share. And I think, you know, I would have liked to hear more about that. And also because I think what seems to be implied is a continuity from the space under the railway platforms to the road, folding into the building, and then there seems to be a gradation of different collectivities, which I think is really, really rich. But I could not now recapitulate what's where in your scheme. But I think that's, you know, that is really a minor thing, and I guess if I would read your thing, I would probably understand that. I think maybe a question for you, now that you've done these 3 different strategies, could these be at all be combined, or do you see them as very specific? Are there 3 different formal solutions, or could you deploy them in conjunction?
Yeah, they could always be deployed in conjunction. In fact, two of the buildings would. That's the way they work. Like the floor actually connects them, so it's they could still have the freedom of building their own way of functioning. And that's the beauty of having this length. And on the other hand, the point is to not have this one whole building, which could create again a wall-like nature with a strict organization. But so the 3 types could always work in conjunction, and they could actually benefit from each other, because one type has shared pantries, and it's always like, that's why the floor is connected. You can go, and the idea is to nurture this lifestyle where instead of ordering at midnight, you can just go to the pantry. So yeah, it could always be connected.
Yeah, I think that's where I see the richness. You know, there also could be like a kit of parts where you can see, if you configure it like this, then you have so much shared space and so much.
Yeah.
The whole variations. Okay.
Yes.
I think this dealing with the railway line severance and trying to deal with that is amazing. You know, we as a practitioner, you kind of often deal with different compartments, and you just have this if only moment we could kind of make these things happen. So this bigger picture is really refreshing to look at, because it's the opportunity that we're kind of always looking for. I was desperate for a section too, I have to say. I'd done something coded that would have just paced us through it. I think this idea, so if I'm reading it in the right way, you've identified this opportunity to connect, aside from the railway line, this sort of opportunity to connect a kind of marketplace with housing. I think it's very clever that you've identified that you could actually do away with kitchens and make spaces that could survive once you've made that very positive connection. I was kind of desperate to hear culturally what that would really mean, what the food would be, and how that might inform the kind of spaces that you create and what the architecture would become because of that.
Yeah.
And then the other thought I had was more of a cliche actually, but whether you could also grow the food to facilitate the marketplace, because it looks like, pardon me, you're creating a new structure, a new way of living, because that you're wanting to tap into the industrial environment, but also as an extension of that, maybe there's an economy that could grow off that as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But well done, lovely project.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree. It's great. It's also really nice for those of us who draw by hand to see some well executed hand drawings. They look fantastic. I think what I'll add to from the previous comments is in terms of balance of approaching this at ground level. Is there are two sides to the arches actually. There's the kind of shop window, if you like, at the interface, but there's also the, as we see on this drawing, the service, the dirty side, if you like, which I think needs addressing equally, because that is kind of problematic. And how would you improve that condition? The other thing is, having been down to the site fairly recently, actually, is the relationship and through a section, as we've just heard, to the track level, and how kind of dominant that plane tracks is, and how the housing that's raised above that level reacts to it, how it accommodates the noise, pollution, how the amenity faces it or doesn't face it, and the engagement with the track level, having kind of conquered lots of the issues at ground floor, would be really interesting to see. And I think there's a drawing missing there actually, and an explanation, which again would enrich the really interesting proposal you've got.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Some very beautiful drawings, and I, for fear of repeating a few things, but again, the section. But it was interesting where you started, because you started with the film, and I can't remember whether the film had sound, but if it didn't, it would be interesting to have sound. And then it would be interesting to make a film from a flat, or looking at the tracks.
Yeah.
And then it would be interesting to make a film down the street. And because I perhaps think that there's a different sense, and Lee mentioned it now, that it's the noise. So there's and it's the railway line is a huge disruption in the city because of its it kind of makes navigation more complicated, but also noise. And so I think for me it would have been really interesting to have got to grips with the noise, to have been quite scientific about noise levels, because I think that the noise levels down at street level are probably lower than they are once you get above the tracks, and there may be other properties that are intrinsic to being in, round and underneath and next to a viaduct. There's a great scene in a film, the Blues Brothers, where they live in a flat, and it's just, I guess they're just renting the flat, and it's the whole the whole thing shakes furiously as a train goes past. And it's a, you know, it's a coded way of telling you that they're kind of sort of on their uppers, they're kind of on their last legs commercially, and hence the narrative begins. So, I mean, I'm not so convinced about this whole thing about co-living and co-housing and shared space in relation to the viaduct. I think I mean, it's a plausible place for it to happen, but I'm not sure that it's really justified any more here than anywhere else. I just think that that the kind of, you know, in a way, turning really the paradigm is the science, and at the moment we've become, as a civilization, we're becoming increasingly intolerant. So regulations and codes are starting to suggest it's almost impossible to live, work, or learn anywhere near noise. Where actually, perhaps as a kind of research contribution, it'd be really interesting just to kind of, you know, a lot of science is abstract and incomprehensible, and, you know, people just lay this stuff out and say, you can't do it, you can't do it. But actually just saying, this is what it sounds like. This is what it sounds like at 7 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the evening. This is what it sounds like at the weekends. This is what it sounds like when they're on strike, whatever it might be. And producing something that's empirically plausible, and then that leads you on to Lee's question about what's it really, you know, how would you adjust the fabric and depth and properties of the facade to begin to ameliorate the perceived or actual problem. So it's sort of understanding the problem, which, you know, and then going about addressing that problem. And then from that comes an architecture.
Yeah.
Do you want to respond, Billy?
It's okay. Like, I have more graphical material, but I haven't put it in this, which actually talks about the heights and the level at which the living actually starts in the building. And I did give that a thought, the idea of layering of the fenestration, the way we treat facades in a condition like this, and especially while actually walking around in this area, I also realized, like, there are times when it's really dead quiet, and then suddenly a train comes and everything shakes up. But I think what justifies the idea of creating collective spaces here is the fact that when you have something collective, it is something which is so transparent and which is not, which you don't really, like, you wouldn't be complaining if you have, like, if you're cooking and, okay, the train goes by, you see something, it's like, okay, but that's why the organization of the units is such that they are not in immediate vicinity, and it's sort of the hierarchy of spaces is such that you're not directly being affected by the noise. So the idea of the voids, the creating different layering of corridors, it's a way of addressing this condition. But yeah, I think I should have added the section, yeah.
Exactly. One of your typologies does address it, and actually the types of space, not types, not necessarily the right word, but the activity, that whole communal space is a buffer in itself, isn't it? So that, you know, is kind of, that's the strongest of your three typologies, I suppose, and the most appropriate. It seems, and from that further architecture evolved, whereas the other two seem coincidental, as it were, I suppose.
Yeah, I think, you know, Billy was taking on that 300-metre long building and the idea of a linear morphology, and seeing how segmentation and layering could bring a new kind of quality, but take, you know, sort of really front on, sort of addressing that issue. But yeah, I think you just obviously edited the presentation a little bit too much. So, but anyway. Anybody else would like to add something? Because we've got a few minutes, so we can extend the time a little bit. Sorry. Some of my colleagues. Oh, have you? Sure.
What I always think when I'm looking at co-living proposals is, would I do this? And maybe giving too much away about myself, but I usually conclude that I just couldn't, you know, I'm probably not sociable enough. So I always want to see or understand what it is about it that would make me want to make that leap. So I understand things about not living in a permanent house and renting for a bit. You know, we've all done that, and that kind of being de-shackled of certain kind of responsibilities about looking after your own house and that structure. But the bit about, in this, having to go up and down the stairs to get the food, to go to the kitchen, I think I'd want to know that I really enjoy that bit and understand that I could still escape to a compartmented place. You know, I think those kind of more intricate and intimate conditions about how you experience and live in an environment need to be explored too.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if there's no more questions from the floor, we'll move on to Rashida. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you.
Now, Rashida's been looking at the Lurley Valley and looking at the transformation and future of logistics in relationship to housing.
Okay, is that it? And then, is this the pointer? No. Where's the pointer?
That is the pointer.
Oh, that is the pointer. Oh, do I press this?
I think so, yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, just in case I need it. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Rashida Momo, and yeah, the title of this is Last Mile Urbanism. So we know that along our waterfronts is typically where we accumulate industry, which means that barriers within our urban areas is doubled. Not only do we have the topographical barrier of the waterway, but we also have business parks and logistics parks that become part of a wider area, preventing integration of other services. Oh, sorry. As we think about requalifying these areas that were once peripheral but are now central, such as the Lower Lee Valley in London, we ask ourselves, what is a way to generate value? We know that housing is a way to do this. However, what we tend to do in interperipheral areas is build housing through high-density tower blocks that further the discontinuity while ignoring the possibilities of integration with industry. We can start to think through working from home, new patterns of distribution, and thinking about an active ground that isn't dependent upon retail, but rather on the kinds of civic opportunities that emerge from a productive process. We might imagine a new type of logistics ecology that through aspects such as storage, distribution, attention to light, and micromobility allow for the integration of industry and everyday life. Its extension and layering of linear and warehouse typologies across the landscape ensure the permeability we need within our cities to move goods in and out, while also extending living environments near where we make, distribute, and store. In London's Lower Lee Valley, 2 strategies are implemented within industrial employment lands to bring porosity to a fabric filled with discontinuity. The first strategy recognizes the braiding that happens along the A12, this motorway, the River Lee that cuts sort of through the center, and the leeway, which is green infrastructure that's being brought in, both vertically and horizontally. And this produces large irregular forms that are near their edge, that are shown to be broken down into a serialized set of parcels with linear housing along the edge to provide frontage to the river, and large warehouses on the opposite sides. The second strategy recognizes that interior to employment lands, shown here, this tends to be a little bit tighter with smaller warehouses, so the stitching and parcelization of the landscape would need to occur through an even thinner form that frames the new connections created for micromobility. These two strategies are brought together to form a framework that not only transforms employment lands, but stretches across the infrastructure to transform the urban area. This idea of deploying multiple strategies for regenerating an industrial area is seen in Hafen City in Hamburg, where in black you can see that, in the diagram on the top, you can see that a series of forms provides both frontage and continuity to the canal and form a recognizable edge for the area. And another strategy focused on the center provides a gridded system that holds a variety of forms and sizes. These strategies enable variation at the ground level through ramps and stairs so that a variety of leisure activities can be supported. Play environments and green space are also able to be introduced in such an ecology. We could think about moving things around a lot closer to the site of production while also retaining the living qualities that we desire. The clothing industry, for example, provides thousands of jobs throughout London, and thus we could begin making, distributing, wearing those goods while living within that productive ecology that contains the typological and architectural interventions that supports the spatial variety needed. A gridded yet open floor plate with the introduction of an atrium, as seen in the yellow building by AHMM, allows for fostering connection amongst businesses and workers of Monsoon, a textile company. Within the ecology imagined, one would be able to live in a dwelling and view adjacent office or production space through gallery access, and they would be able to, view that activity in an adjacent building. An atrium space could also be thought to provide a collective housing experience, fostering social relationships through an inner street that holds garden space as seen in Le Bassin à Flot by ANMA in Bordeaux. In section, light is also introduced into the building through double height openings, and the ground floor would hold the storage and distribution and lobby spaces for residences, while the middle level would hold the dwellings and the top would house offices, nursery, workshop, or production spaces as well as dwellings. Stacking of distribution and production and education space within a warehouse typology frees the ground and allows for the introduction of other environments adjacent. In the dwellings, sliding walls help achieve the flexibility needed to provide the live-work relationships for makers imagined, where one space could be closed off to separate the messiness of the home from video conferencing, online consultations, clothing production, or other maker activities. Double height dwelling typologies enable the introduction of a mezzanine level that could support a workspace separate from the home or the expansion of family over time. Through these architectural elements, we can conceive of a warehouse space that has an abundance of light that comes from the top, so that light is filtered through the stacked education and production and manufacturing spaces down to the storage and distribution spaces on the ground. In the inner street within the residential environments that's raised off the ground floor becomes a structuring element that enables the integration of office, education, or even nursery space open to the surrounding neighborhood. Current zoning practices related to this, to the demand on land are a main prohibitor to facilitating an ecology such as this. From inner city areas such as Kentish Town, where living environments are being placed on top of existing warehouses due to the lack of available land, to peripheral areas such as Barking, Riverside, where housing and industrial areas become large enclaves, the policies and frameworks proposed don't enable a long-term vision. Inner peripheral areas, such as the Lower Lee Valley in London, contains conditions seen in both of the city and the periphery, and that makes it an interesting testing ground. And some of the conditions it contains are those sort of high-density housing developments you see in the tan, and then the large employment lands here and here that are being that are meant to be retained. So yeah. Rather than separating urban areas by function, we should think more about the way we can bring these things together through a contracting authority, which could be called a superzone. If distribution is the shared surface, an active ground could contain a choreography where at its edges, large trucks are bringing in goods that then transfer to smaller vehicles that begin to move throughout the area, while toward the river and along its southern edge, residential activities are possible through the introduction of green space and the adjacency to water. Something such as a superzone allows us to rethink elements such as bridges that are a micro-mobility element, tying separate parts of the inner periphery together. We would also be able to take advantage of the redundancy that's seen in these areas and the meanwhile tactics that show us that these are areas that people value. Typical road bridges tend to undermine the variety of traffic we want to see, but as seen from the footbridges in Copenhagen, we can start to think of bridges as part of a last mile ecology. We could achieve a networked working system that has the service and leisure environments we want, and a mobility system based on the idea of getting the modal balance right. And this also could change the types of buildings that are incorporated and deployed and the characteristics of our waterfronts. We could also think about hybridity as seen in bridges such as the Green Mile Bridge or the Green Bridge in London's Mile End, that bridges over a motorway and is part of a larger park. Or Somerset House in London that uses the bridge as a passage to connect public space. We can also think about a bridge recognizing the river as a high street and acting as an extension of the building it hugs, and also as a way to extend and create access deep into employment lands that become less permeable as you move into them. So through attention to typological interventions, hybridity, light, and micromobility, we can begin to requalify industrial lands that have the legacy of making, distributing, and sorting, so they can hold the living qualities that we desire for a multi-scalar live-work ecology. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. Can I ask just a quick question for myself? Is the relationship of those two on the right, is that a plan that floats above a ground, or are they both grounds?
Wait, I'm sorry?
These two here, is one actually projected away from, is an upper level of what you're seeing onto the right?
Wait, this one? Or
yeah.
This would sit on top of this? Is that
they stack?
Yeah, like there are two levels that are shown here that are stacked on top of each other, and this would be on top of, these are the two levels that I'm imagining would host production or education spaces, right, okay. And that's on top of a distribution facility, right, or storage area.
Who'd like to start?
Rashida, I think these are absolutely beautiful drawings.
Thank you.
And I mean, they're beautiful irrespective of what they illustrate. Mm-hmm. But given what they illustrate, I think what they convey beautifully is this, I'm going to say tension. Anyway, the challenge of bringing sort of large structures, mm-hmm. Accommodating, things which are quite pragmatic, whether it's vehicles turning and things being stacked. So there's a deep order and logic to the buildings, but then they flex and they're poised in relation to the geography that they're set in, and that kind of this kind of articulation of a fundamentally a sort of largely orthogonal, but every now and then it breaks with that logic, and one gets this really strong sense of these buildings, they'd work. But also what they then do is they create really interesting spaces, inside and outside, and also kind of in the way that, I don't know, something like a castle or a monastery, or bigger structures have a beauty because of scale, but also their sort of capacity to engage with landscape. I think that the challenges are, or at least the thing to me that's missing, which is simply just perhaps another step, which is this kind of immersed experience of being
within
right
the space,
in the buildings and right in the streets. Because it reminds me, this whole question about the hybridity, there's no question that there's a lot of people thinking that this is a good thing. It's sort of the only way to make sense of many aspects of a city. I would recall, and this is a kind of cliche, but that thing where if you get up early and you go to a vegetable market or fruit market, and then around that there's cafes and bars, partly because the people who work there need to have breakfast, but then of course they realise that other people turn up. So there's a way of life that animates that part of the city because of the activity of distribution and wholesale kind of sale and purchase and so on. So that means that the things that you're going to distribute there need to be sort of tangible, good things, engaging things, and the kind of classic various forms of food markets, whether it's meat markets, vegetable markets, they are actually really positive, at least traditionally, really positive kind of bits of the city. So I guess that's how as opposed to distributing boxes of electronic goods or something like that, which nobody really takes any pleasure in being anywhere near. And the last thing, I suppose, is the temporal, because this is, if it's going to be really successful, this is spaces for people, but it's also, for it to be really successful, it's spaces for vehicles. Not a novel observation and not a novel challenge, but actually something to be sort of addressed in the work.
Yeah.
Which you might have done, and you didn't share that level of detail.
Yeah, I had, sorry, let me talk here. I had done a sort of a study on the ground, which I'd shown in a sketch, and I'd transferred that sketch into a digital drawing that really looked at how trucks are moving, how smaller, like the range of vehicular movement throughout. But then I started to lose the qualities of the living environments, which I think has always been the challenge in this project, is how do you bring all of these vehicles together while also retaining the living aspects that we desire. So I think I just need to sort of continue to look into something like that so I can ensure that this this work sort of has a great balance of both. And I'll leave it there.
It's interesting that you talk about the way of life again. Something that keeps coming up. How do we put that across? And I think Lee, you were talking about nice to see the freehand drawings, and I think you see it here as well, that the challenge of trying to deliver complexity and at scale, an overview, and then trying to bring that quality of life through in the drawings. And sometimes we have to go back to a freehand drawing to get that kind of vitality and that immediacy and vibrancy you get in the line, which is difficult within the rendering. And I think that's a thing we've seen a couple of times this morning.
Great project, Rashida. And I just wanted to talk about drawings for a bit, which I agree with Simon. This drawing is really super strong, but actually could be stronger in a way. I mean, just some practical things like push the stack further up away from
Yeah.
the ground plane so you see what's going on.
Yeah, no, that
You're
makes
not
sense.
confused about what it
Yeah.
is actually.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Your hand drawings again were superb, but they also had texture and had texture in them.
Yeah.
And I think what would enrich the drawing we're looking at now is have the ground plane textural. Put some of the life you had in your three-dimensional stuff.
Yeah.
And actually the pure plan that you had was also very, very rich, which would enhance this massively. What I think is missing maybe, in the time you've got left to complete, if there is any at all, is the ground floor, the stitching together of the buildings and what does stitch them together. So the spaces between the workshop and the housing. You suggested in some of your precedents there's multiple plane amenity and play actually.
Yeah.
You were demonstrating, which
Yeah.
would be really good to see. So yeah, great hardline drawings, super strong. Could be influenced even more by referring to your hand drawings, which are really skillful too.
Yeah, thank you.
A bit about drawings.
I think something that I'm really interested in, something I'd like to see, because I really believe it. I think it's great. We struggle with master plans. You set a vision, it has a time frame, and when you are delivering something that has mixed use, you can imagine it coming up in parcels. But I think something, when you're involved in a master plan as a practitioner and you obsess over is, let's say you're delivering one parcel, what the conditions, you mentioned mean one, I know, but the conditions around your building might be a hoarding for 25 years or something. So I think it would be interesting to see this perhaps broken down, perhaps as a really simple timeline, and you could suggest or harness an idea about the kind of starter project and how it might roll out as a project.
Yeah.
Just to explain, I think that's one explanatory diagram that you need to give this that kind of level of belief.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I also have a question to follow up. That could be very well that I haven't understood it. I think I quite enjoyed your domestic studies when you spoke about, how a flat would work so you can work and live, and how the projection, I think, was really rich. I hadn't quite understood then how that is then articulated in the scale of the urban block, but I could have missed that. And also, is there ever a moment where you have living integrated in these mobility sheds? I'm not saying the right word,
Living?
mobility sheds, there's sort of education and production. Or are they separated?
They are separated.
Did you try it out?
I didn't try it out. Even though I am clearly seeking integration, but I thought that I guess I didn't necessarily think that there was a need to sort of put all of the functions in one building. I thought that the area itself could become a little bit richer if it's a little bit more dispersed versus all under one roof. But yeah.
I understand. I think I don't know the answer to that. I don't know
fair enough.
enough about these, these mobility functions, how much space they need. But I think it'd be interesting. The next step for somebody else, if you were to take it further, would be, could they be integrated, or do you end up then again in those big square production double height stacks versus education mixed? Anyway, it's not a criticism. I just
something to think about for sure. Yeah.
But again, we also mentioned before, but really well presented.
Thank you.
Also with the logic. I mean, most of the students this morning was really nicely presented. And, sometimes I always tell my students, never say, and then I did. So it was none of that. So it's really interesting to present an argument, and it was very convincing the way you spoke about that.
Oh, thank you.
So we're nitpicking about your drawings and other things, of course. But,
Yeah.
it's really nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Rashid.
Oh, thank you.
Ji, we're going to be moving a little distance up the valley, the Lee Valley, up to here east. And the application of courtyard as a spatial device.
Hello everyone, I'm Jay. A new housing assemblage for people in need of daily care, as well as a community for knowledge exchange that promotes lifelong learning with multi-generational groups. Also, the courtyard morphology argues for its capability of promoting integration of working and living environments, and housing assemblage as catalyst to generate urban transformation of knowledge quarter. We live in a culture, time, and place where aging in place plays a key role when talking about our living environment. The issue at hand is people require different levels of care are not always present in the family environment. The major shift in how we deliver the care is not only about care receivers and caregivers, but about how we set up the shared responsibility, learning, and trust within the community through everyday participation. And correlated it with how we think of the future of the knowledge quarter, taking advantage of the fact that there's already a strong network of people employed at the creative industries at here in the area. What the architect could do is to looking for ways of retaining that talent base and convert it into a more extensive neighborhood with wider population and generations. And we shouldn't forget that beyond that employment we need is also a community for caregivers. So everyday life, everyday services associated with their families can be facilitated so that we can imagine a continuous professional research and development happening in time and forming a community for key workers to have social exchange and improved facilities. And the new actor to deliver such a model should encourage a cross-disciplinary cooperation between care provider, educational institution, and housing developers. When we look at the future master plan in Hackney Week, there's a kind of approach to a morphology that was dedicated by the London Legacy Plan, which was heavily based on the idea of courtyards and streets. While the newly built housing on site can be regarded as the missing opportunities, the double-loaded corridor, the isolation with art studios, and the ignorance of the canal. And it's not happening in one case, but a pervasive problem. The pursuit of form is killing the possibility of the beauty of where the beauty of the courtyard morphology lies in, the ambiguity between the interior and exterior. And through the typological research on the courtyard morphology, we begin to understand the gardens, courtyards, and plazas that make up a rich configuration of the ground. With the terrace and external gallery surrounded, the content courtyard and associated with learning activity on one side could promote the socialization. And what if we push all of these collective elements in the center and private elements on the outside? The hierarchy is created in the center, and they are addressing the larger civic environments. And the idea of how a looped inner street as an evolution of the double-loaded corridor can address the context with public programs towards the urban side and allows for the movement in the in-between space. And even the semi-open courtyard, the continuous route around the yard offers a threshold between the landscape and the research space, which also act as spaces for meeting and thinking. And we actually want to take this morphological pattern as a starting point to demonstrate its ability to integrate itself into the multi-layered space, more than just a care environment, but associated with intergenerational care, mutual learning practices, and R&D research. The notion of an inner street integrated with differentiated courtyards is shifting our attitudes toward a system of care could actually work in an open, flexible manner. The R&D situated in the center act as the armature and ensuring the service living environment by participating in our daily lives in different tailored care facilities. The Intergenerational Care home organized around the content courtyard is a basic for building the fluidly involving relationship of association and care. When the children's playground is physically open to the surrounded facade and terrace, it created a strong visual relationship, and the courtyard worked as a three-dimensional landscape. The community center managed by the local council is replaced by a new paradigm promoting participation and proactiveness within our living environment. At the entrance, the culinary school and the workshop open to the public comprise the frontage of the pathways, ensuring a private and quiet space towards the canal and the residential side. And the upper floor defines the external gallery as an extension for meeting and gathering, and enlarge at that shared resources at the corner. What if the learning activities can be integrated more closely into the core living life? Through the typological imagination, the collectively living environment shows a radical configuration of shared grounds and services. The different learning activities as daily rituals are presented to each other through central courtyard and shared with family living in the tower. The everyday fragments of communal life are organized, arranged, and displayed through the extended grid system as an avenue to explore a new kind of collectivism among the elderly living with the students. And how do we imagine the semi-open courtyard combined with living and working could have the conversation with the wider creative clusters on the opposite side of the canal? Here it offers a civic plaza active by the community activities like cafe and restaurant, as well as art-related workshops, and it also utilizes the canal to accommodate waterfront activities, enhancing and extending that kind of civic grounds. While the shared collective life and working and research moments are manifested as a cityscape. When we look at the assemblage as a whole, we can see how the form grabs completely different attitudes towards what's the most we can get out of the London Legacy Plan, not three, but as a whole. The job opportunities, educational landscape, and care services are something that flows through the notion of the multi-layered ground. An inviting city-integrated common ground is closely correlated to the immediate context. Then we see how the hierarchy created at the canal front and extended to the northwest through the series of learning activities, and the courtyard providing daily care and outpatient for the community. And in terms of orientation, it shows how the care facilities based on the courtyard morphology can enrich the street life. And when it leads to the upper podium, a continuous learning ground managed by different departments, enhancing the social mix and intergenerational interaction, and extending our imagination about interior urbanity. And the roof, as a second layer, provides additional offers like sports facilities, civic plaza, outdoor workshops, and roof form. It's more than just a service living environment, but as a civic avenue, a gallery for displaying learning practices, a space where local groups meet, and a base for neighborhood initiatives. It's more about democratizing housing with a mixture of different ages, generations, classes, and it helps to set up a relationship of mutual respect, care, and trust. And when we think further about the area-based synergies with the knowledge quarter, the project indicates the way to reconcile and integrate into this post-industrial area, which coexists on both infrastructure and low-rise residentials in terms of the scales. The roof shape, color, and material considerations are inspired by the industrial infrastructures on the site. Moreover, it offers an approach to regard assemblage as a practice embedded in society and city, An awareness that assemblage can be a catalyst for urbanization and the reconstruction of the society. We can imagine more ambitious development will take place at Hackney Wick to enhance the network of creative industrialized correlated with lifelong neighborhoods. And we could also rethink the changing position of the canal, the large shift from economic value to the culture and environmental values associated with what we do in it, which provokes us to redefine the identity and means of the historic elements to be the new canal landscape. What's more, we can think critically in terms of the diagram developed from the courtyard morphology. The adaptation to the higher density broadens the discussion about versions of why such a diagram should matter to us today. When the perimeter goes higher, the idea of the multi-layered ground and the ambiguity generated in the in-between space still remains our memory and fascination about the courtyard morphology. And finally, all it shows is a mid-rise driven housing assemblage under the London Legacy Plan, but its typological shifting allows us to constantly respond to the care environment and take it as an adaptable framework to integrate working and learning as well as civic environment. Urban everydayness can be interpreted as a continuous negotiation between common ground, patterns of participation, and shared responsibilities as a general question, linking domesticity to the question of the urban area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shi. Open up to the floor. Got to start.
Wow, really exciting. I mean, I was listening to everything that you said, and I was just, all I could think was, you're kind of taking all of that living anxiety away. You know, you start living somewhere and you move to another house and you have a pension plan and then you have to look after your parents, and all of those things could be resolved through a project like this where everything can happen in one place. This kind of idea that you can live in one place through your life because you've accommodated lots of different kinds of activities. I think whilst your drawings are really clear and the idea is so strong, I would have liked to have understood a bit more about how those particular concerns associated with multi-generational housing are accommodated kind of across the life of the building or the life of one occupant. I think that might have been a really nice way to just sort of summarise the scheme that you're trying to promote.
Yeah.
But perhaps also, you know, because this is an incredible piece of research and, you know, you just really want it to mean something and to be something that can be eventually adopted and translated into something. And I wonder if there are drawings that you could do where you could describe what actually happens and how housing and how different kinds of living accommodation are procured, how the public spaces are sort of compartmentalised and exist in other places, how you could maybe show that a scheme like this could kind of hoover up all of those things and they could be kind of delivered through one kind of programme.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well done, it's a fantastic project.
Thank you.
Great to see that someone's dealing with multiple generations.
Happy to continue. I also really enjoyed that. I think I really liked your plans particularly because I thought it gave it a real richness, you know, not necessarily architectural, but almost like as a type of morphology when you showed the actual plan with the shared platform and the users. And I think it was really interesting to see the amount of space given to the residential units and then the shared corridor, and then on the other side the platform. I think I really like the particularity. I think that was really nicely done. So I think it's a really convincing proposal. Despite the fact I like these drawings, I think I'm really interested in the diagram. This is not really a criticism of that, but I think there's so much going on, you know, it's like, you know, so many different articulations, everything is staggered, you know, and I think if you would have more time, I'd be really interested to see maybe just 1 or 2 pages of a catalogue of the type of morphological possibilities of that. No, because in a way, one of the issues where I felt a little bit looking at your 3D work was it almost becomes now a bit more like a superstructure than the idea of a semi-open block principle. Yeah, this is again, it's not a criticism. I can see it could be easily adapted, but right now here, of course, I'm always sort of tacked onto the form rather than the principle. So I think it'd be really nice. You know, I remember Housing and Urbanism used to do quite a lot of catalogues, right? So in a way, this is an example. I would have loved to see the catalogue of the possibilities of, you know, how many different units and how open could it be? How many platforms do you need? And even sort of maybe square meter areas, you know, the balance between what's shared, what's collective, how deep is the multiple ground versus the residential areas. I mean, it has all this potential. So again, it's not at all a criticism. I think it's a really nice proposal. And if it then looks a bit like the Barbican or not, you know, hey, you know, it doesn't matter so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's an incredibly strong scheme, I think, with the sort of very sound principles to start with, and a sort of it's unbelievable, and the sort of informality. The three courtyards, the enclosed courtyards, and then the courtyard that opens up to the Lee, I think is a great proposition. The sort of casual or informal arrangement of the 3 elements is really strong. But there's so much to take in. I feel like we need another, day probably to get into it, because of the layers that you've managed to research to start with, and to explore, and then they're explicit in very. I really like the drawings actually. I think they're great. The most interesting aspect, I suppose, is the extreme, which is the relationship of the way that students and senior living works, and that interface.
Yeah.
So I think in doing a really big scheme like this, which is incredibly intricate, I think to study an element like that in detail and explore it kind of quite close up, to explore how that works. Maybe that's the way that plays out over a day or over a week, I don't know. Would be really interesting to see. So to exploring it with a bit more scrutiny on that particular aspect of a very rich scheme would be great if there's any time left for you on this. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of work. Can I say, like Lee, I'm not sure I'm going to do this justice. Maybe that's not fair on Lee, but I'm not sure I can do this justice. And I would like to read what you read slowly. Just a question, first of all. Those 3 typologies you refer to fairly on graphically, which are related to generational and living and education, you apply all those 3 typologies. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, you may have done them, but I think it'd be really interesting to see a set of diagrams, which I'm not sure whether they're, because in my head initially they'd be sort of plans, diagrams, but I think it's interesting. So you've got morphological differences, you've got figurative differences, and you've got sort of functional or activity-based differences, and that kind of correlation or difference, you've effectively got 3 dimensions of manifestation, and I'm not sure whether they correlate or in fact you use all 3 to make multiple multiple variations of experience, and if you do, I think in a sense there's I'm sort of left with this very strong picture of this place in the city, but not the time to fully understand the sort of complex ways in which I think you're using these devices, morphology and figure, and relating those two things to activity. In other words, getting all those three things kind of spinning at the same time in multiple different ways and different parts. And then there's a kind of festive quality, which I think is really interesting about it. It's like, it feels inherently joyful, and that may be partly to do with use of colour and the way you draw, but it's also the way you actually assemble pieces. And there's an ad hoc. I mean, you know, there's moments of absolute order, and then there's moments where you just start assembling things, and that's a really kind of perceptive, I guess, dimension of life, isn't it? That there's a kind of baseline of order and time and predictability and certain things, and then there's what creates a joy and unpredictability, and actually capturing these. You're being sufficiently open in your creative methods and your manifestation or illustration of what building space and architecture can be. It's not singular. You know, it's got a depth which many kind of a bit like, going to say, a bit like playing chess against yourself. Is actually quite hard to be a number of to evoke a number of different existential, because in a way, you know, even though it's architecture, it's in the end a form of kind of existential expression. And that comes through really well in the work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to any of those at all?
No, thanks.
We've got some time, actually. Thanks to the expediency of the students' presentations, we can take the floor. Yeah. Harry?
I hope you'll forgive me, G, for putting you, for what I'm about to say, but in looking at your work, I am struck by the journey together over 2 years. So around this time, 2 years ago, I was looking at your portfolio from your previous school. And you showed one of the most sensitive judgments about space and form that I had ever seen in an incoming student. But your project was relatively simple. This one is unbelievably complex, and you still handled the synthesis in a very compelling way. Now, Katrina has pointed out that now it would be nice to take it all apart and see the catalog. And I think this is actually something that helps us think about a way forward for us. And I think through these comments, we're learning a bit about next steps that we can take. But what I do really value is the degree to which you've taken on a tremendously complex brief that you've given yourself and brought your synthetic judgment to bear on that with the same kind of conviction and resolution that I saw in a simpler project 2 years ago. So beautifully done. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Does any of the panel want to reflect on the set of five at all? Mary?
All just really great work, and I'm inspired this morning and just thinking about what I'm going back to this afternoon, and it's exciting. But I'm also, imagining some of you, your next stage is work, getting a job, and I don't know what you're planning on doing, whether you'll go into a master plan practice or you'll sort of turn your hand to policy writing, but this sort of work needs to find its way into the real world. And that's why I'm probably saying quite boring things today, like, how do you deliver this? And there's an experience that we're all kind of really obsessed by, which is what would it feel like to live there? But part of the experience for people who live there will probably be living within some kind of phased or growing environment. So I just think it would be really good, if you do go and work for a big practice and you become a master planner, to understand what those constraints are and what the economics around them are, and you know how these things actually get rolled out. So when you're in those early discussions in your first job, you can say those very real things about what it is to make these things happen. But I loved it. Really lovely, fantastic work and fantastic studio. Well done.
Just make a comment about this sort of field of study, I guess, and it was quite refreshing to see. Just see what was it? It was Sammy, who was looking at something truly different, I guess. And that's at an extreme, isn't it? Looking at a stately home and how one might react to a stately home and what you would do with that and its grounds. But that's at an extreme case, and we've looked at quite a lot of kind of central London stuff, but the peripheral London stuff, the suburban condition and all of that, I think is equally interesting. So maybe some of the students this afternoon have looked at that. So it's refreshing to see that in student two. In terms of what Sammy was looking at, more of that I think would broadly enrich the field of work that you do here. But yeah, it's been a really great morning, and I'm equally inspired.
I think I'm going to stick around for a little bit of the afternoon, but yeah, well, it's the first time I've seen the work from this programme, and it's really good to see you thinking about homes, living in relation to the city. I know in a way it's all stating the obvious, but you know, the premise of the course that allows you or invites you to think much more holistically about how those things, whether it's living, working, and so on, learning, but also more challenging physical geographies in which to kind of address these questions, but also they're, as you probably all know, by giving yourself an awkward starting point, as you often kind of do, I mean that in a really positive way. Of course, it's that resistance that unlocks a clarity and a distinction in the work, and there is in each, a unique question and therefore a unique answer. So yeah, it's really good to see.
Well, you don't have to, only if you want to. Okay, all right. Any of my other colleagues want to? Anna, do you want to say anything? Okay. Okay. Should we call it?
A couple more things.
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to come back, Lee, to what you were saying. When you were our external examiner, you were encouraging us to get out of central London. And when you encouraged us in that direction, I was not expecting a thesis like Sammy's. But in fact, I think Sammy has opened up a door for us. It was called odd, it was called bold, and yet I think what was really pleasant for me was the way in which all of you picked up on Sammy's references and his interest in extension, in the ha-ha and super studio. And I think this is something where we would like to see that kind of bridging between the kinds of tools we bring to central city thought where architecture leads, and to take that out into more diverse environments. So let's not perhaps call them rural, but they're just a little different than the ones that we've been accustomed to working with. And so I think, I'd also like to credit Steve Sinclair, who's joined us this year and was Sammy's supervisor. So, I think we're starting to bring some additional sort of interests into the program and develop new themes. And I think this is a really interesting start, so thanks for that, Sammy. We'll see some other sort of unusual cases in the afternoon when we'll even go to Stevenage, of all places.
Okay, thank you, everybody. 2 o'clock we're starting again, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe I'll stick with that. We'll have lunch, and we'll start again at 2 o'clock. And thank all of the students for their presentations this morning. They were fantastic. Thank all of you.
Sorry. One, two, check, check. This goods are certain. Yeah. Sarah,
Yeah.
let me,
Yeah.
rather than forcing you to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want me here? Not here?
No, if you feel willing to stand, I'll say a few words of introduction and yeah.
For a very short period of time, I will.
Very discreet.
9 days to go.
Really? Good for you. Packing it
Remain seated. You couldn't make the morning session. Still time to go. So, we're not waiting for that.
No. Let me just see whether Christos is close. Almost ready. I'm not sure how close Christos is, so we'll begin without him. And I'll let, yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Hmm? Christos. Yeah. Yeah. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. Well, welcome back, everyone. We had an absolutely delightful morning session, and we're looking forward to an even more exhilarating afternoon. The projects that we have coming forward continue the themes that we began in the morning. And just for our new jurors, Pierre Davoine and shortly Christos Passas, David Cohn, I just want to remind everyone of a few things that we said this morning. Our view of urbanism is that it starts with a project that has enough power to begin to nurture or initiate a transformation of an urban area. And it does so by harnessing the drivers of change. And so there are these three different aspects of any of the projects that we do, where we're trying to think geographically, we're trying to think architecturally, and we're trying to draw upon what we think is bringing new possible value to a current moment. So within that, as you can imagine, it gives a tremendous scope for students to select their own lines of research. The range of possible projects is as infinite as our field enjoys more widely, and we do not try to restrict very much the student briefs. That said, there are recurring themes which you will notice, but we also don't restrict students to a particular style. but we do ask them to investigate through drawing, through graphic means, the way in which they can better understand how architecture might open up a point of view about the way in which associational life can transform how cities work. Now, I mentioned also at the beginning this morning, another aspect of our work is that we tend to discourage a sort of predetermined polemic. And so we don't predefine the lines of research that will lead students to investigate. Instead, architecture is to be thought of as something that opens up a potential conversation where, in a way, future disputes can be imagined and perhaps anticipated through architecture rather than closed down from the beginning. Now, what I think you will see in all of the work that follows is that students are using a project to open up ideas, and sometimes the resolution will feel fairly definitive, but it's really the questions that are more important to us than a definitive or well-resolved solution. Now, this afternoon, we have with us new jurors. In addition to Katarina Borsi, Lee Bennett, and Simon Henley, who will be able to remain at least for a little while this afternoon. We also have joining us Pierre Davoine. And I have to say, I am especially delighted to have you here, Pierre, because actually when I first arrived at the AA more than 2 decades ago now, one of the first people I was introduced to by my colleagues, Hugo Hensley and George Fiore, was Pierre. And at the time, Pierre was very much involved with the school, and I am so delighted that you're back to being a part of the school. And in Pierre's own right, his projects are known for their subtlety, for their feeling, for sight and material, and he's been an inspiration to many generations for being able to think architecturally about how to transform a landscape and a living environment. So we look forward to your comments. Now, we also have with us David Cohn, and David, in fact, has agreed to join in with the Housing and Urbanism program, and so today is actually his first chance to really see some of the work. But David is going to participate with Housing and Urbanism going forward, and so, you know, we'll be looking forward to this introductory meeting between your work and ours. And David is another, like all of those who are participating in our design workshop, who has a rather, let's say, experienced understanding of the world of practice, but brings that together with a feeling for the discipline. And what we are really delighted about, David, is that you have this kind of understanding of sort of initiating a project, seeing it through, leading a practice, using design judgment, but doing that in line with an understanding of the broader field. So welcome, and I hope you enjoy this. Now, this afternoon, the session will be chaired by my colleague Anna Shapiro, who's a partner at Shepherd Robson, as almost all of you know. And Anna has been for many years, the person most driving the transformation of the design workshop to what it is today. So we are very grateful and really delighted that she could make one more session with us before she has to take a slight break for the emergence of new life. But we're delighted that we could time this so that Anna is still with us today. Now, this afternoon we will see 5 students, very different projects. Anna will chair this, and the first of the presenters is Sarah Cope, who will be taking us to Stevenage. It's not the sort of place one would normally imagine one wishes to go, but that's exactly going to be Sarah's point, is that we probably should. And Anna, I don't know if you want to say more of that, about that, since you were directing it.
I wouldn't repeat your introduction.
Okay, all right. Anyway, Sarah, please, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Cope, and today I will be presenting an introduction to my thesis titled Collage of Parts, a framework to mend the fragmented fabric of the new town, allowing micro-shifts towards a collective domesticity. Stevenage, like many other new towns, seems to have lost its shine, or did it ever have one? The new town, a utopic master plan for suburban garden city, was designed to relieve London's congestion. It was self-contained, providing housing, industry, and commercial spaces, everything you could ever need and more in the 1950s Britain. But this utopia quickly turned dystopic, with more car parks than people, evolving into a discarded zone, a salvage yard of developer-built housing and massive steel sheds, contributing to a loss of identity and a loss of the individual, all forgotten somewhere in the underpass below the M1. Stevenage is incredibly well positioned between London and Cambridge along a tech corridor. It has attracted attention for its affordability and connectivity. A small-ish city or a very large town, it is almost entirely accessible by bike. The train station dissects the city, connecting individuals who live there to London and Cambridge in under 30 minutes. The only problem standing in its way is who wants to live in a salvage yard. The current strategy of development in Stevenage, a denser commercial center, and the limitless growth of single-family homes is a solution that isn't sustainable and isn't really improving the sense of identity. However, I believe embedded within this unremarkable place holds a remarkable potential to challenge and experiment with the way we live on the suburban periphery. Beginning with the industrial sheds that litter the landscape, this proposal will investigate how these massive voids in the urban fabric can be reconsidered and fragmented, a patchwork of actors and stakeholders who actively participate in the alteration of their environment. The shed can be ripped apart and put back together again as a collage of textures and programs, both temporary and permanent. Collage may evoke memories of a messy desk, tiny bits of paper that compose a final work of art. It formulates a composition that is neither permanent nor consistent when repeated. One shifted piece can alter the fabric of the image, altering our perception of the composition in front of us. It is an activity that ranges skill levels, from a primary school art class to a professional artist studio. Anyone can collage. Through collage, this void has the potential to evoke a layer of disorder that structures the continuous participation of urban actors, resulting in a typological change in the way we as architects consider housing in the new town. Sennett describes this value of disorder in the city as it contributes to an open feedback loop, identifying ownership, sense of place, and purpose through a patchwork-like configuration of textures and territory. It is a system that is multi-scalar, starting with the individual and challenging the compositions of the city. Rowe furthers this argument through collage city, describing the city as a texture that results from fragments brought forth by various actors and elements. In plan, this patchwork configuration is annotated in the changing materiality and textures of the roof plane, sheltering the disorder that is contained within the shed. In this proposal, using the work of Sennett and Rowe as a starting point, the active participation of urban actors reconfigures the landscape of the industrial shed. The industrial shed is designed to be incomplete, a structure that can adapt to changing industries that move in and move out. Given limited restrictions, in a series of phases, the industrial shed is spliced and transformed into an activated landscape. Housing activates the shed, and then once the actors have settled in, the transformation of the landscape introduces meanwhile activities and events. Beginning with DIY housing, the structure of the shed, the 6-meter bay, serves as a strategy of parceling individual units. At the ground floor, the edges of the parcel define an ambiguous ground. Units can be either shared or isolated, but aim to encourage a continuous plane of collaboration to promote a sense of collective civic identity. This emphasis on self-built housing encourages a community of makers, a textured facade that is solely defined by its users. The texture of the facade, the identity of the neighborhood when walking down the street, results in a physical manifestation of the hands that built it. The parceling resulting from the bays articulates an interplay between facades and represents the different families or communities that live within. A variation of identity and freedom to build constructs a reflection of oneself, a draw that is incredibly unique in comparison to more regulated cities like Cambridge or London. The party wall, defined by the shed's existing structure, serves as a consistent boundary between units, creating modules that can be conjoined or kept separate. Thus, the living space inside can vary between communal and private, based off of the needs of the individual. The makerspace, at the outer edge of the ground floor, becomes a threshold, an extension of the street. The facade merely an expression of the collaboration and production that occurs as a community. Within, the makerspace is connected to housing above and adjacent workspaces through a core that punctures the plan with a communal courtyard. This courtyard introduces light and air into shared spaces. Housing then allows for the opportunity to introduce a community into the void that once was the car park. After the development of housing, the center of the shed allows for meanwhile activities and temporary structure. The rigid frame of the shed allows for the flexible adaptation of interior spaces. These spaces are defined by a textured ground, challenging the interplay between solid and void, industrial shed and car park, hard versus soft, dark versus light. These textures define different meanwhile opportunities, such as a pop-up concert or children's play. The ground is defined by a continuous surface rather than a hard edge. The voids left behind by the shed and the car park evolve into a park-like infrastructure. This park infrastructure continues to connect other industrial fragments within the periphery of Stevenage and can evolve and adapt as the needs of the community change, introducing more permanent fixtures, such as an office space or a skate park. The shed relies on the car park to achieve continuity and extension in the assemblage. The interplay between these two spaces works in an acupuncture-like strategy for regeneration in the new town. At the scale of the town, these individual communities act as civic nodes of extension, connecting individual parcels with the town center and beyond. The housing that borders the edges of the shed acts as a catalyst for the development of future growth. The shed's proximity to the train station is significant as it connects Stevenage to London and Cambridge in a 30-minute train ride. As a result of these existing mobility and biotech industries, development of more housing is crucial. It is critical to understand how this new build housing will transform because of a collective nature of DIY building and meanwhile activities. Rather than the traditional single-family suburban dwelling, which is currently the solution for affordable housing and results in endless sprawl, the sense of experimentation within the shed can radiate to influence the new build housing that will inevitably occur. The traditional mechanism would be to introduce housing at approximately 35 homes per hectare. As a starting point, this proposal will include 75 homes per hectare. However, this is just a preliminary number and one that would surely evolve over time as the new town changes. Building upon the needs for affordable housing solutions and the collective engagement that occurs within the shed, this new build housing will investigate how varying degrees of collectivity within the home can provide a more affordable style of living. Utilizing shared utilities, patios, and flexible use common spaces, this new build block defines a sense of neighborliness through the things in our lives that we share. The north block is configured by two mirrored units. These units compose a semi-communal floor, almost like a semi-detached home. Rather than a party wall separating two individual units, these units are brought together by a widened hallway. This space services the apartments and introduces more room to unfold your clutter, like parking your bike or storing your Christmas decorations. It acts as a mini street. The communal activities of a neighborhood, like a barbecue or children playing in a cul-de-sac, occurs at the communal floor rather than the outdoor street. As an extension, the unit has a private living space alongside bedrooms that border the edge. The living area, which always stems directly from the communal hallway and includes a double height space connecting the unit with the neighbors above. In a similar strategy to the shed, the unit plan is punctured by communal access to light and air between floors. Spaces shared between units ground the corners at each floor, providing laundry facilities and flexible use common space for residents. The South Plan is designed to challenge the traditional constraints of multifamily housing. To introduce an even more sustainable and affordable housing solution, this strategy relies on a series of micro-modules where nearly everything but the bathroom sink are shared. It utilizes a 4-meter span to allow for timber frame construction. The floor itself can either serve as a unit or be split into 2 separate dwellings, depending on how many people you want to share with. Micro ensuite bedrooms on the edge provide individuals with private space, but their modular structure allows them to be conjoined and accumulated for additional space. Building on the sectional strategy seen in the industrial shed, this introduces a sense of adaptability within communal living. A drummer might want an extra living space for their drum set and not to annoy their flatmates. These private microspaces rely on shared utilities and responsibility for collective environments. Each floor, as a self-contained neighborhood, shares communal circulation space and laundry, as well as a patio that borders the edge. Together, these blocks identify 2 different collective conditions and provide accommodations that shift to meet the specific needs of residents. The life of actors is dynamic and changes in response to different generational markers. The cooperative deep block is adaptable and anticipatory of changing needs and micro-shifts in domesticity. Affordability is achieved through inexpensive materials and adaptability of structure. In response to the micro-shifts in the way we live, the housing block needs to be reconsidered to adapt. The current strategy for building in the new town is problematic and unsustainable. The condition in Stevenage isn't unique, but rather contributes to a larger discussion on how the undesirable back-of-house peripheral city, how to make the undesirable back-of-house peripheral city exciting. Through the adaptation of existing structures, participants can shape the suburban environment in a continuous feedback loop, redefining the texture of their environment into something that is participatory. Experimentation through the collectivity and materiality can redefine the way we live, whilst altering the trajectory of the new town into something experimental and worth investing in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Who would like to begin? Pierre, would you please present?
So I really enjoyed the presentation. I'm slightly deaf, I think, because I didn't pick up everything you were saying, but I think I got the spirit of it, you know, I know Stevenage because I nearly got involved with Stanhope's about 25 years ago when they were looking at that, but you know, sadly that didn't come about for me, but I did make visits there. And the thing that really struck me was partly, I think, what you were talking about. There's a sort of a sense of, you know, optimism and anticipation in terms of what Stevenage as a new town aspired to be. And then there was a gap, and the state it was in the early noughties was not quite what it was, what it maybe should have been. And I think part of this conversation for me was about the way the centre was dislocated from the hinterland by the road system, and the centre was, for me, kind of, yeah, it was cut off. But so I'm assuming with your proposal, which has an optimism about, you know, the kind of post-industrial quality of this space and these found structures that would be reinvented. And I think that the kind of process of reinvention that you're proposing is very interesting, you know, the way that you might put combinations of people, you know, create scenarios where different kinds of demographics and groups of people might come together to live. Yeah, I mean, and the idea of it being a kind of collage. I mean, the questions I wanted to ask, you know, I suppose are to do with procurement. You talk about affordability, and that's, you know, that's something that maybe there's a sort of parallel strand to the presentation where the more lyrical way you're presenting is sort of or complemented by another kind of reading of how you're aiming to put this all together. You know, and that would be something that would interest me.
Thank you very much. I think it's great, the project. I think what Pierre's talking about in a way is how to get the process across, because if there is participation, if one takes hold of the shell, then how is that designed? How is the process designed in a way?
Mm-hmm.
And how does the designer or the occupant engage with that? I think it's really sort of believable project in as well, actually, and really stimulating, asking all the right questions and extremely optimistic in its outlook. It's also great that it's, as we talked about this morning, kind of outside London. It's very predictable that we do the projects in London. It's really interesting. You've taken on the prospect of dealing with issues in Stevenage, and Stevenage is replicated, isn't it, all over the country. There are many Stevenages. So congratulations on that approach. I think in the weeks you've got left, I would just explore the idea of designing the process to give this sort of constitution more weight, and it deserves it, because I think it's got so much potential.
Thank you. It was very nice to be here, given that this is my first visit of many. Beautiful drawings.
Thank you.
Very beguiling. Watercolor. It looks like watercolor. Maybe it's a kind of digital watercolor. I don't know. But this question of questions, I think, is where I would want you to go. In that I was not very aware of Stevenage. And I was not really aware, given the kind of sympathies of your project, I wasn't very aware of how your project relates to Stevenage. And tied to those questions are questions of who owns the site, to what degree is this speculation, and it seems speculative, and it seems quite technocratic, because the language is very sophisticated. I think, it was fast, very kind of technically saturated presentation. And again, I'm wondering, the beauty of the drawings perhaps hides that there's no other type of representation that might unpick some of these other questions. So, there are lots of great precedents for types of development, like Fideicomiso in Buenos Aires, and I think there was Adamo Fiden, super interesting. There's Baugruppe in Berlin. In the UK, there's also discussion around custom build. And again, there's a kind of question of how does your proposal relate to these precedents? And a lot of the invention is to do with funding models, reducing planning risk, whose risk is it? And I think, again, your sympathies are with the occupant, in that there's this kind of group of, the word community was there a lot. But the degree to which, I suppose Baugruppers are quite celebrated because the people that invest in it live there. And these questions are, I think there's an assumption that there's almost like beautiful drawings, happy lives, but there's a lot of stuff that are kind of difficult, actually really difficult questions, and they're slightly intractable. And that doesn't mean that, I'm sure you've got, the way you talked about the project, you could apply the same kind of richness in your thinking, but to these questions that you know, if you can unpick some of it, that's amazing, because, you know, these do feel like sites of huge potential. But yeah, the worry is that they are sites for just pure speculation. And all of this work can very easily get co-opted into that model.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Is lovely, wonderful, beautiful project, beautifully drawn, and it. I mean, I don't think I've ever been to Stevenage, so I haven't seen that version of decay for a while. It slightly reminds me of a kind of post-war London. Not that I experienced it, but through photographs. But it's a different fabric. So where the fabric of London after the war is a fabric of kind of ruined brick and, you know, fallen in slate and timber roofs, there's this other version of wasteland. With that in itself as an aesthetic to harness is really interesting to sort of, well, precisely what you've done, I suppose, is evoke these thoughts for me, and where that leads you is a what struck me about it was I didn't think of it as a place that you would consume, actually, but as a kind of something more of custodians. It was so awful, not your work, but the place, that I couldn't imagine a lot of speculation. All I could imagine was kind of custodians, you know, and hence a sort of temporal presence. And I don't know whether I hope I didn't miss it, but I got that sort of, well, I have a question, which is in a sense, how does it evolve? You know, not that it gets denser, but people just kind of live there and move away, and new people move in and start, you know, reiterating the usefulness of the structures to make space. And so there's a kind of potential, I suppose, dialectic between pure construction, useful construction, and kind of scenography of kind of versions of domesticity overlaid on this kind of industrial wasteland. But all of which sort of suggests to me that it's a very refreshing way of envisaging how people would live. You know, so that the image of house is so fundamentally, or home, is so radically different. So it's, yeah, fascinating.
Thank you, Simon. Katharina, would you like to add?
Yeah, thanks for that. I really enjoyed the domestic configurations, the way you organized the plans. I thought it was really beautiful and really rich. I think at some point graphically the shed seemed to be disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in many of your drawings, you know, I looked at really interesting configurations of cooperative and co-housing, whatever, and the shed became less and less visible. You know, I mean, and don't mean this architecturally as a problem. I think I understood you had the party walls and the 6 meter distance and things like that. But I think in a lot of your drawings, it always felt like the next step you were relying then on the actors. You know, so you had this configuration, and then there was this gray space, and then you would always have to rely on the actors to activate that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm just wondering, despite the fact it was beautifully drawn, I just thought maybe could it be, to extend that project, could you think about what happens between the shed and the railway, or could you take that as a strategy, what happens rather than having a series of 3 sheds which are co-opted by a certain kind of actors? Could you go across the suburban landscape? What would happen then, etc.? Mm-hmm. So I think, in a way, you know, always referring back to actors only, I understand that is inherent in the logic, but there's also danger if you don't have these actors or that funding mechanism or that Baugruppe set up, nothing will ever happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think I was missing a bit to, you know, to scale it up, yeah, as a principle, which might be the next step. Maybe it's just something you can think about. Mm-hmm. You don't have to draw it all up, but just in order to think about it. Yeah. Or you just declare, well, these are variations of cooperative housing as delivered by a pre-given system as through a shed or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So Sarah, I think you're encouraged to respond to sort of more prosaic questions about process, land ownership, time, procurement, all the difficult things, because in a way, if we are persuaded, we want to know how to act, what to do tomorrow to make it happen. Do you want to maybe comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I see for myself as almost like next phase, right? Like almost like an index to this thesis, I would come up with a kind of loose zoning set of diagrams that kind of outline these stakeholders that are kind of coming in, outlining different use types, being like very much more specific, because I mean, I think there's a lot of this was just like building the thesis. But I mean, what could be really interesting, I think, is like, how do you subdivide that shed? Is there like a 1 hour fire rating between walls? Is there like a kind of alignments of where roof kind of cornices hit? Is there a kind of pitch requirement? How do these things kind of really, like, what is my role of like outlining a diagram? And I think what would be really a set of interesting diagrams would actually to be like, and I know this from New York, but like the kind of New York City zoning strategies are very kind of minimalist, but they kind of allow or outline light and air requirements through like a really set of simple diagrams. And I think what would add another layer to this, because the drawings are so active, that if I kind of came up with this strategy of zoning that also includes a strategy of who would maybe be interested, because I think it is something I looked into in terms of like the existing biotech clusters that are here. Currently, these 2 sheds that I kind of used as a starting point is actually a college for people who are learning different industries, so kind of welding, construction. But the shed itself is actually subdivided into different stakeholders. So one of them is a kind of place, I think it's a tile workshop, or one might have, so there's already kind of a fragmentation that's happening like within the shed. And I think all of these sheds that I've highlighted all have very different industries. So I think I can begin to kind of like add that as another layer.
One of the questions you were asking during the final weeks of putting it together was, is there a need for a design code for this project? Could we think about working on a vision of this sort with a design code in mind? And perhaps this kind of, the answer was delayed. We were encouraging Sarah to delay a definitive answer to this question. Maybe some of the jurors would want to reflect on that. What are your thoughts? No. If not, I would invite Irene maybe to comment on the project. We have at least 5 minutes, Irene, so that would cover it.
No, I've got your pass actually. But who would like?
So we just, I've just come last weekend from a shed conversion into a house in Devon. And the critical thing was a change in planning law that allowed you to convert an agricultural shed into residential permitted development. And there are certain kind of strange rules, like you could only have up to 3 dwellings, you can have more. And the largest dwelling couldn't be bigger than 5,000 square foot. So, you know, if you had an enormous shed, you were kind of scuppered. You know, so this is quite interesting. And I think if you're able to build up the argument around these constraints that actually affect anyone practically doing these, and set that out. And so the other types of drawing, which I think you've alluded to in your responses already, you talked about diagrams, but there's maybe there's text and guidance, and I think it's also interesting the presence of the inhabitant as someone that has to find their way to be in this project as a journey is interesting, because it's quite this kind of sense of a technical solution to a problem. Feels very much, you know, amongst consultants. It's brilliant. But I suppose if you came from the outside and you're potentially, what do you do? I mean, and I think a lot of these models in which people are encouraged to part with their money to be involved, but they're not conventional, like house buying. There's quite a lot of work that goes into educating people to be able to do it. Mm-hmm. And so there's almost like a step-by-step, well, I know it looks like a shed, but you can go through these steps. And so in a way, that then becomes really useful to other people, not because of only the design being beautiful, but there's a kind of how-to guide sense. And that's incredibly potent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, I just, wondering whether, there's something missing in the presentation. It's just, and you may have done a lot of work on this already, which is just offering an understanding of the sites that you found, mm-hmm. and the ones that you're working on, and it almost requires a simple kind of building survey of the shed. And you talked about an urban code, but I mean, by doing a sort of, if you've done that, you could present that analysis of the types of buildings, or is there a generic portal frame? Is it at cost? How? What period are they made? Are they concrete frame buildings, steel frame buildings? Just simple stuff like that. What are they clad with? I mean, was it the age of asbestos? In which case, that's another kind of major issue. Mm-hmm. But what's really exciting when I was looking at it, I wanted to see a section. And I like this conversation that you were having about this sort of interstitial space, that you were using the existing shed as a kind of rain screen, effectively. You just kept the rain off, and then you had a kind of freedom to interpret and insert your new building types within that. I think that's really rich potential, but I just think it needed more kind of detail for me, just and maybe another kind of gear in terms of the kind of drawings that you're making. They could be very stripped back, just very clear in terms of what you found, and mm-hmm. then you can allow your audience to make the connection to what you're proposing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Do you have any further comments, or you are ready?
No, I think
this
is great. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to invite Johan, who is going to take us back to London. So yeah, our next project is taking us back to London, and we are going to look at Goldfinger's Trellic Tower and revisit what I think John is claiming being almost unfinished project. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. The city aims to reform high-rise housing in metropolitan cities that suffer from bad conditions. Focusing one of the most famous post-war housing, the Trellic Tower redevelopment aims to use a set of slab buildings to shape a healthy high-rise neighborhood for the culture and creative industry. The assemblage aims to improve the living qualities of the local community and help this area to become a creative neighborhood for art, music, and sports. Here, we celebrate the artists of today and invest in those of tomorrow. The redevelopment promotes future urban transformation to engage with a wider range of knowledge and creative industry actors, including the White City Knowledge Corridor and industrial land on the west, while improving the quality of the residential environment in knowledge-driven work areas. The current morphology of West London is formed by the conjunction of significant urban amateurs, including railways, streets, highways, and canal. The geography of the urban amateurs create the current condition of irregular blocks and grids, fragments and isolation of urban fabrics. The site was surrounded by a series of low-rise artifacts, and the area is dominated by terrace housing or big sheds that fill the irregular blocks. Trellic Tower offers an opportunity to rethink the morphology of this urban area. The collective form of the Trellic Tower works efficiently to respond to the context. Facing the street, on the ground floor, the 7-story housing offers supporting service to the local community. The north and south orientation allow to bring more natural light in the housing. Parallel with the railway and canal, the 33-floor housing is located on the north side of the site. The orientation of the high-rise housing allows it to have a proper distance from the noise and other influence from the railway. By setting back from the railway, it formed 2 different parks. One is an internal and sunken park for the residents, and the other is a canal-side park for the public and the surrounding neighborhood. The redevelopment aims to improve the mobility system to integrate this area into its surroundings, intensify the connections across the canal. The assemblage is a composition of the repetition, variation, and accumulation of the Trellic Tower. It is a cluster of living, working, and service space of a creative community. The cluster consists of 4 independent housings, including the original 2 housing of the Trellic Tower and 2 new slab housing, together with 2 new offices. Built above the bus terminal, the student accommodation serves the wide city knowledge corridor and brings young talents to the creative community. To challenge the traditional impression of high-rise housing, it illustrates a new vision of living in a high-rise, the richness of life, the variation and diversity of households, and the freedom to choose the lifestyle according to individual wishes. By building a cooperative, inclusive, and multi-generational co-living community that combines shared community features with private residential living, it rethinks the new domesticity in central city living. Basing on the typology of the Trellic Tower, the circulation connects 3 floors in the middle. The unit types varies from 1-bedroom apartments to 4-bedroom apartment, from 1-floor flat to 3-floor triplex. Qualified student housing encourages students to learn how to get along with others in a group by integrating and socializing decently. The 3-floor cluster of the student housing includes a common area for a group of 8 students living in en-suites, a shared kitchen with dining space, a lounge area, and other common activity space. The shared space is an extension of the main circulation and privatized living space located above and underfloor of the shared space. The structure grid of 7 meters is preserved. Compared with Trellic Tower, the units are more open to provide sharing space not only for cross-generation families, but also for friends sharing housing. People interact through space. The spatial connection between different actors encourage the interaction between different collective groups. Jointly cared by the residents and artists who live and work in the community, the Winter Garden is accessible from both collective housing and co-working space. Moreover, the garden hosts temporary exhibitions and public events for the surrounding neighborhood. The working space offers deep floor plan for large-scale creative design groups, which request collaboration between multiple actors for networking and team-based working. To serve the creative industry, the form of space needs to be shaped across how the people work in creative industry. Divided into the formal and informal working space, the variation of working space allows individuals to have productive works while also having teamwork and communication between different groups. informal working space with the continuous vertical and horizontal circulation that links everything together, creates a sectional continuity, thus achieving an internal urbanity. Facing along the railway, privatized independent studio lofts, sheltering an independent creative space for musicians, fashion designers, skateboard shops, and other designers based in West London. In the multi-layered studio, the different functions were separate in different floors by staircase. Facing the railway, the wide and transparent facade exhibits the artworks while bringing natural light into the studio. Meanwhile, the interior shelters self-constrained place for artists to work. By building something high, it frees the ground. The multi-layered ground and landscape approach rethinks the ground floor and landscape of a high-rise neighborhood. To continue the same design language as the original Trellic Tower and revaluing the canal, the cultural center was set back from the canal, offering a generous landscape at the canal side. The thickening and deepening ground accommodates diverse cultural and art activities, sports, and communal use. The four-story continuous loop with an open floor plan connects all the high-rise buildings. The wide opening of the loop improves the permeability of the pedestrian and the continuity of the inner park and the canal-side landscape. The redevelopment project offers a dynamic ground for public events and various activities. Inside the courtyard, there is a market for local artists and flower shops. The small movable art box as part of the art installations could be arranged and relocated according to the needs of the festivals. Moving along the flower market, continuous long concrete walls and landscape are merged to form a graffiti park, providing creative space for graffiti artists. It has been 50 years since Trellic Tower opened to the public. By preserving the legacy and introducing more urban actors in the area, the redevelopment projects offer an opportunity to requalify this urban area by rethinking the relationships between the urban amateurs to promote the Trellic Tower transformation into a creative community. Here, we celebrate the artists of the day and invest in those of tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, who is the beginner? Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. I think I need to start off with a couple of questions, and it could be that I didn't follow it in detail, or maybe there's some drawings missing. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I really like the principal idea of taking the Trellic Tower and redeploying it, or testing how it could be, its logic could be redeployed and add value elsewhere. So I think that's a really strong argument. There's a part of me who thought it'd be even nice to think about the Trellic Tower itself. How would you appropriate it now to extend it, alter it? Because in a way that's a current problem. Anyway, but that's by the by. I think you implicitly have done that. I think pragmatically, I totally understood your logic. I didn't always follow it in the drawings, but that could be just me. I think I understand the logic of the platforms and the multiple grounds, and I think the collective living and then the formal and informal working. I think I was less clear where these realms meet. So I'm not quite sure if I'm looking at 4 housing slabs that sit on an inhabited platform or not. That's not a critique, but I think I wasn't quite sure how these different, if it's about sharing, is this just co-housing and is it different kind of works? And the drawings that show me where these realms intersect, if they do or not. So I think it's probably more a question of clarity. So can you maybe just go to your overview plan and just explain to us what's what? Really so prosaic.
This one?
The overview, but the very first image you showed. This one here, for example. So I can see the Trellic Tower. And is everything pink housing?
No.
Okay.
the long pink building facing the canal is housing, and the other one on the left is a student accommodation built above the bus terminal.
Okay.
And the other two is a working space.
Okay, okay. And the orange platforms, are they programmatically prescribed? The staggered ones on the river and the ones that sit underneath the slopes?
It is a continuous loop that connects all the buildings together, including communal space and studios for the artists.
Okay, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I think following from that, I think I'd really be interested in the intersection between those. You know, I think not necessarily programmatically, but also where's the added value? How can we connect living environments such that this sort of extended work environment, you know, how do they benefit from each other? You know, and what do these platforms bring? So in a way, just a bit more detail on that graphically. But I think in principle, I really like the idea. But I just had to follow up with some questions. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoy the conversation and the kind of ambition. I mean, for me, the presentation just needs points of clarification. A little bit what I said about Sarah's work. I mean, one of the things I think I would appreciate is just, preface this with an understanding of what Goldfinger means to you. I mean, sometimes I think of his work as a closed conversation, that leaves very little scope for intervention. But having said that, you've kind of expanded and found the potential to kind of intervene on the site. And I think it's very clear the way you're talking about the orientation of the new parts. I just think it needs maybe a conversation that plays with the scales. You may need to zoom in and you may need to zoom out as well, and make very clear what is new and what is existing. So that and maybe I know there's a kind of way in which you're drawing, but I would really, for a newcomer to the proposal, it would be really nice to add some text or some labels, just so that we can start to read things without you having to talk about those, and it could be, you could continue with your broader narrative and more detailed narrative without us having to sort of hunt for to make those kind of connections. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd agree with where we're looking at a project of such scale, with a huge take-up in terms of the site. It would be good to understand how the scheme worked in time and over phases and incrementally, possibly starting with a requalification of the Trellic Tower, which I think you've got at ground floor, but in its substance, at each floor level, are you making an intervention there? I think also I didn't quite get, I don't know the site particularly well, so I didn't really understand the actual context of what you're overlaying your mega scheme on. And I think when we've got a scheme of such scale, for the jury, it's really important to be explicit about what each element is, actually, to remind us. And then particularly in terms of your ground, well, you have multiple ground floors in the scheme, to understand how each of those is working and relates to each other would be important in a simple diagram too, in the 2 weeks you've got left before the final submission. I think it's very ambitious. I think it's a grand scheme. I think it's doing something kind of unique, but would need more explicit diagrams to be more forceful, and it would enrich the whole submission if you were to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I kind of realised in the previous presentation I should have been aware probably, there's only 2 weeks. Is that right?
Ish.
Okay. Okay. So you have to be quite kind of measured. Yeah, thank you. Again, beautiful drawings. I kind of feel like, maybe it's my want, but I would dial up the jeopardy in your project. And by that I mean, this is a really famous bit of London, as you probably know, and I mean, you had photographs of the streets that approach the tower, and they're really famous streets. And do you have a plan of what's existing in your proposal, in your slideshow?
I have a like 3-dimensional diagram on.
So what I find fascinating is that, I mean, I probably ought to be able to situate myself better, but I find it's amazing how little I understand of this part of London through your presentation. And I'm entirely reliant on my not very good knowledge and memory of this part of London. And I think it's really important that you contextualize what you're doing in terms of decades of urban intervention, where there are drawings of the 1970s, I think it's 70s, where Soho is completely erased, and there are these very, very large developments. And I think they were quite reputable architects that drew them, and I think they were quite ambitious and optimistic. And there was, a politics around what Soho meant to anyone at that time. And I just think that there's your scheme it's unclear how violent it is to what's there. I mean, the colours are all very non-violent, and you present it in a very calm, and the story about who's there after this thing is all very sweet. But I mean, potentially it's a hugely destructive project, because to build that much stuff in this part of London requires a huge amount of destruction of what's there. And I think that in the couple of weeks, I would really, really focus on what is there, are you able to communicate, who is there. I thought it was fascinating that there were 2 photographs of the site with people in some kind of street market festival. One's unclear whether they remain, are they in your new community? Does your new community involve?
It is included in the new community.
But you see, until you draw the relationship of your new world to what's there, and you make the case for them being, it's more than the sum of its parts. I have to say, it's quite ambivalent around these questions for me, because I can't see it in the drawings yet. So I think for me that the kind of, and I mean it's been alluded to around the time, the journey from today until this future. I think, and maybe in terms of urbanism that I would promote, it's one where if it's possible to find space for these enormous blocks that you've done, that you demonstrate how it's really working with as much of what's there as possible, because I think there's generally quite a lot of criticism around these very, very large development schemes that did require a lot of erasure in previous decades. That, unless you want to say, actually, it's terrible, and I'm going to knock it all down, and here's why, and then, that's also valid, but very difficult to sell. Yeah?
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it, and particularly the drawings. And I used to live on the north side of the canal, staring at this building all the time. Well, yeah, couldn't really not. Can you go back to your colourful 3-dimensional, this one. I think is for me, the drawing itself is it's to a certain extent an illusion. Yeah, it's exploiting this kind of disjunction in the city, because you've got the Westway, the railway lines, and the canal. So it is almost an island, isn't it? But for the west edge, which I think is Goldhawk Road, it is pretty much an island, and so it sort of justifies this otherness. But you seem to, you seem to take great delight in Goldfinger's building, but as a kind of, pastel, this sort of pastel colour rendering of it somehow subverts its, almost, people have written about it as if the iconography of kind of battleships and war and the sort of dark cuts in the concrete and the texture of the concrete as being both recalling the structures of the Atlantic Wall, but also recalling the structures of warships and then sort of destruction. So this is a completely fresh reading of it, and in a way, because this kind of version of urbanism it's an island, and also the way most of your experience of this will be aerial, so you're disassociated from the ground, and so these sort of questions of, in a way, I'm going to use the word success. It's like we keep revisiting the question of what makes a successful bit of city, and what makes a successful place to live, and what makes a successful community. And I guess, like all forms of architecture, it's a projection of an idea. There's an ambition, and even the choice of colours is a kind of manipulation of our, you're convincing us, or seeking to convince us of a kind of another world. But I do, I suppose, I wonder to what extent you are going to generate a problem of alienation as opposed to a community. But it's interesting because there's a domestic scene where you've got plants and people juxtaposed to big bits of structure, big sort of diagonal elements, and in a sense, that kind of scale of construction, in a way, well, that could dehumanize the domestic realm, or in that instance, in that drawing, somehow seem to completely make that plausible. But I suppose it's the extent to which you make a series of scenes, and the extent to which you make a totality. And I guess that's my question, is how these scenes build up to make something which is continuous, and if not continuous, how you kind of bridge those, because the ground might work, so to speak, and other planes might work, but it's how those planes relate to each other, which is both spatial, but it's also sort of social, as in, who do you talk to, and do you live here, and those kind of things. So, fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I also used to live just across the canal for about a year when I came to London. And I was asking myself the kind of opposite question from the one that David just raised. How come this site isn't on our radar? Something that is so attractive for development, if I may use very commercial terms, and so kind of lost between the different streets and roads and the canal. So I think the question of positive disruption or healthy disruption, or is any change a disruption, or can we kind of calibrate disruption in a way that it becomes positive from day one? And I think Irene is finally willing to comment.
I think it was interesting that Pierre described the Trellic Tower and Goldfinger's world as a closed world, and in a way I think I agree with this. And it's interesting that your scheme took Goldfinger's Tower as your starting point. So in other words, how to try to up on the top. And Goldfinger and perhaps the Luftwaffe, you know, the bombing before, so where you know, a tabula rasa on what existed in London. And I think it would be interesting for you to actually say something about this and say what you think about it, because looking at your drawing in relation to the site, which I know a little, it feels like one tabula rasa follows from the one before, at least to some degree. And that's a question to you about what you think about this, because there are many countries in the world where a tabula rasa is not frowned upon in the way that it is in England and in Europe, and where a development on such a scope would appear to be justified. And if, you know, there may be an argument there, either for or against, but maybe that's one for you to respond.
Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to respond, Sharon?
It's just a lot to think about.
Absolutely. Well, unless Dominic O'Leary or Elena would like to comment, we can move to the next presenter. Yeah.
Before you do, I'll introduce Christos. Johan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I promised earlier that we would be joined by my friend Christos Passas. Christos, I'm delighted you could escape and come join us. What I love about Christos is that over the last 20 years of interacting with Christos, who's now director at Zaha Hadid, the one thing I know I can count on is that he has the friendliest way of destroying any idea I might put forward. And so I always love having these conversations with Christos, because he reminds me always that there is always a healthy debate to have going forward. So I'm delighted that you could join in with us, Christos, and we love having your experience here with us. Thanks very much.
Okay, we are about to leave London for the next half an hour, and we are going to visit one of the largest container ports in the UK. Ishani, please welcome Ishani for the next project.
Hello everyone. Today I want to share some ways that educational and research facilities could shape and transform not just our cities, but our rural environments too, and an inquiry into the regional system of railways. So, starting with Cedric Price, as his proposal for Pottery's Think Build thought of learning to be a driver of change for a derelict area. Here, interestingly, education is not a secluded facility, but is very much a part of a larger system of railways and major transfer points of goods and people. For example, in the corner left image shows the faculty and learning areas that are part of railways and housing. The railways have always been part of major transformations, whether it is Hackney or the stations that are part of high-speed rail line. As the railway capacity in terms of its speed increases, the world shrinks even more, meaning that potentially a lot of areas which were outside the central city are even better connected. Cedric Price proposed a closed triangle through which people and goods could transfer through its 3 points that's shown in the first image. Although in this day, speed helps to generate capacity. As we can do that, we can take trucks off the roads and take advantage of the regional system of railways. With the railway capacity and the intense network, the closed loop of Cedric Price now begins to work as a networked system. This system creates links that could connect different things like manufacturing centers of the Midlands in the UK to major export or import points along the network. So the railway network runs through different environments of work, production, exchange points, and conditions that have ecological characters with some railway stations involved. The gray patches on the right image indicate this diagrammatically, the conditions. So potentially two conditions are selected. One is the port, while other is the wetland, through which railways move. As education and railways both could effectively transform these monotonous conditions, we imagine learning and research environments where if we want to learn about ports and logistics or even a wetland, we just learn right next to it rather than here in Bloomsbury or in like central London. Of course, these conditions are just possibilities. So, the first condition is Harwich. Harwich is significant as it is one of the largest container ports in the UK, which transfers goods from Midlands to international waters and is a major import-export point on the eastern part of England. In these times, we ought to learn about ports, as with certain systems like automation, sorting, repackaging, it creates opportunities for more advancements. And it's a competitive field. These environments need new learning and research environments for more development. The exemplar of advanced manufacturing building in Nottingham similarly creates an opportunity where one single facility has manufacturing units, workshops, offices, learning environments, and is a composite building with different capacities. So, a similar motive is taken here, where we create learning environments along with research, sorting, assembling, and distribution. Here, there is a very evident layering of existing uses from the river, port, railways, and it continues on the either side, where there's an environment of warehouse and industries. So the way type responds here is also in layers where the continuity of long lean block is taken into advantage to stitch these layers together. So the first layer here becomes the center for logistics. Here, the sorting facilities are given on the port itself to save time for deliveries. These sorting facilities have a scale which is implemented even in the Amazon sorting and distribution facility, which is on the left. Here, the scale is also responsive of the movement pattern where goods are received at a larger facility and they get broken down and sent to sorting facilities, which are labeled as small and medium, and the distribution facility, which is a relatively larger facility on the right-hand side. So now, the previous diagram gets converted into a central point where goods are received, whereas they go to sorting facility and the distribution facility on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Here, the type also comes forward as long lean blocks, which potentially overlook the operations happening on the ground floor level. And there are some galleries which could even view the operations that are happening on the ground level, while the cells in the plan are offices and meeting spaces for the employees and the workers. Again, the scale is important here. The sorting facility, which deals with smaller materials, are the images that are shown in the bottom, whereas the larger facilities are shown on the top, like the container ports and the things that are being distributed in large boxes. The sorting facility here, this section shows the sorting facility of which is of smaller materials, so a less floor space area is given, whereas the workers increase as they need more staff to assemble and repackage everything, and the manual labor is increased. So the offices and learning galleries surround the central atrium. Coming on the either side of boat, here the facility is more about office environments and learning environments. So the long lean block is not just linear, but it takes the form of wings, just like the Wanke Center. The wings turn and create different enclosures, as both wings have different departments. The one has office, while the other side has learning environments. So here, potentially, both enclosures create environments, right? One is more often enclosed courtyard, which is team-based environments, whereas the other, and it looks over the basement facility, which is kind of a sorting facility, again, which is connected from the port to the either side. And the other image shows the enclosure which opens up to the landscape and the dome-like structures. And the dome-like structures are the lecture spaces, and the ground could be freed for the learners. And the section on the top creates cellular formations of co-learning areas, meeting rooms, and even creates some kind of double, triple height volumes just to create a kind of community. Again, looking at the wings, some part of it creates open plans shown in blue, whereas other parts become cellular offices, and the angles of wings again create two different environments, suited for ingredients like team-based environments and learning spaces, which could eventually bleed into the landscape. So, this condition deals with learning and research to be connected with the monotonous environments of a port facility and potentially transforming and giving an imagery where a community of learners and researchers could coexist. Now, coming to the second condition. Here we deal with wetlands. Wetlands are a part of an existing system of ecology. They are important and have ecological features of flora, fauna, and which should be explored. People should go see, learn from it, and it should also be protected and conserved. The wetland conservation deals with monitoring and testing of the ground conditions. So what if there was a facility where scientists, learners, and even visitors come together and create value in the condition? This creates an opportunity to collectively learn and research. Taking example of the AA Hook Park, for instance. This is a facility where specific environment, it's a specific environment where people could go and learn from. In theory, Hook Park could also be a resource available not only to AA, but also to many other universities and workshop centers. So why can't we imagine a conceivable facility in wetlands too, where collectively people from different communities come and learn? Although the process to build directly into a wetland is very tedious, what if we just build on the landscapes that are on the edge of wetland rather than into them? Here the long lean block with certain alterations is adopted, as the form could be continuous and could benefit from the edge given to it, so that the stakeholders could observe from it continuously, and it could have the same functions that a facility embedded in a wetland could have, while the closeness with the railway line creates good connectivity with the other parts. The long lean block creates cellular and open plan moments, which turn into laboratories, meeting rooms that could even observe the wetlands, whereas the breakout spaces in the plan become spaces where the visitors could come, view, and observe wetlands from the galleries. Also, there is a point in the design when the type is lifted above the ground with a light touch as a measure to deal with flooding. The materiality of lightweight columns, porous slabs, glass, also helps in creating an imagery of a light touch in these precarious conditions. Also, the learning, research, and leisure environments are explored by laboratories, meeting rooms, lecture halls, and also the conservatories. So, a wetland which was one unoccupied, and non-observable can now be appreciated with this light touch center, which brings the stakeholders together and creates stewardship and a community which is in charge of monitoring these wetlands. Also, this comes across as a visitor center, which people could go see the migratory birds and appreciate the flora. Overall, the idea that started with Cedric Price's provocation, that education and research is equally important and could transform a monotonous condition, now becomes places where people could go, work, learn, observe. A train view here shows the diversity between the two conditions, where one deals with major logistics center, while the other deals with creating stewardship in a neglected condition like wetland. And lastly, these conditions are just possibilities. They could change, expand, when the network is encountered with other conditions. Thank you.
So, Christos, we are hoping for your sweet way to destroy, or what was the way in which would you like to start?
I also have a lot to think about now. Thank you very much, first of all, and thank you for the invitation, Larry. I think it's interesting to start thinking these sort of logistic spaces as spaces of otherness, whatever that otherness may be. The question for me, as it's arising out of your presentation and as I try to gather my thoughts here for your particular project, is how do you choose which are the functions that should be correlated with an existing condition? Why education and research and not gaming and bingo, for example? Why not light manufacturing or entertainment? And I would like to hear your answer about this in particular, but also do you think that in trying to determine this, perhaps trying to preempt some of your answer, that there is a sort of sense of time programming here that needs to be thought through, and not only as a sort of a binary relationship between what exists versus what comes new, but also as a more multifaceted enrichment of these particular sites. So a question, I don't know what the answer may be. But
So should I answer it? Yeah, so why research? It's the ports are being advanced, right? It's the repackaging, assembling, everything. It needs a kind of continuous IT research, and also the kind of, I think, the reassembling especially, it's very fascinating because it has algorithms, it has like people literally working in those things, and when it's like research is involved in that, then I think it becomes more enriched. And when it's especially in one facility, then researchers can just come and visit the center, and they could just be like, no, this should be assembled like this, or something could be, you know, permutation and combinations could be done between things, and there are like quick solutions for it. And for port being such a competitive industry, if there is a kind of research which is always backed up in it, I think it's always better to advance it. And I think many of the architecture firms also do that, right? They have a thing about research, and it really backs your project sometimes. I don't know, I mean, but yeah, that's kind of it.
thank you.
Thank you. There are several things I really appreciated in your scheme. And I think it's in part that the building proposals very much inflect to their situation, and there was quite a credible sense of the spaces between your proposal and what was there, and between the parts of your proposal. And it seemed that even in that formal way, your project implicitly critiques a lot of the kind of development that one finds in these areas, where there is zero architectural consideration between the built and the unbuilt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of shed world is probably defined by its kind of lack of concern for edges. And then throughout your scheme, there's a sense of, you know, it's more Venice than it is Tilbury. And I think that's interesting, just at the level of form, even if, I think it was an interesting question about programme. And I suppose I wonder whether the Cedric Price interest maps on to this quite inflected architecture, in that there's an ennobling of the site through programme, through the way buildings inflect, that there's kind of high culture, high form for places that are used to being given low form and, you know, mostly distribution centres, etc. And the other thing I thought was interesting in the context of the previous two presentations is that you were much more comfortable with overlaying references to other people's work or to precedent with your own work, and that the project kind of emerges between things. So there's a certain, you know, the story is between the content. And I think there's something that's interesting for me to see in the context of the afternoon so far, in that I think it gives you a lot of latitude to read your work as between precedent and site, between other voices, and I suppose it makes one realise that whenever you draw something entirely yourself, there's a politics to that that's already, you know, something to contend with. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I enjoyed the presentation too, in a very sort of unloved context, and I understood that the programme was that almost you're kind of learning above the shop, if you like, and that certainly in the port situation it's entirely vocational, and you have that symbiosis between what's happening on the ground or at track level,
Mm-hmm.
or at crane level, and working and learning side by side with that, which I found really interesting. I don't know if you could overlay that with housing or not, or there's something more kind of, you know, furtive to explore there, more extreme maybe. What I didn't get, though, I kind of got that. What I didn't get was was particularly the context of the wetlands,
Mm-hmm.
and what was specific about that learning environment. And maybe you could answer that now.
Yeah. You are asking me why I chose that?
I'm asking you what the learning environment was, and did it have a specificity to what was happening at the port?
Oh, okay.
Or was it a higher education? Was it a school? I didn't quite get maybe I missed it. Maybe others got that. I thought it was.
No, yeah. I think it's quite. It's kind of learning about them, and I think the learning and the research about the laboratories and stuff, it's just, I think, coordinated in a way, or it's just overlapping in some way in my mind. And the research was about conservation and what kinds of conservation techniques are there, and like ground level work, and, you know, planting and just conserving the wetland in some way, conserving the flora. And the learning environment was encouraged so that they could face it, and then they could learn from the people who are actually
so
operating.
I would say if there was a vocational thread between the wetlands context and the port context, that would be really interesting, as opposed to having two sort of kind of completely separate pedagogies that don't really relate. They're connected by a line, by an infrastructural line, but they're completely different contexts. That would enrich the proposal for me. You know, so it's integrated, really. Well, thank you anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I have a question following roughly similar lines, and I think I can't quite decide if I'm looking at a contemporary version of Cedric Price, that you have a linear organization which can be filled with different programs, or do we look at something which builds clusters that then begin to have some synergies between those? You know, and I think it probably could be a bit of both. Although I do find a cluster idea stronger, and I think the image I like most personally is when you had an axiomatic perspective where you spoke about neighborhoods, that you had a linear element, and they looked either in a productive courtyard, and the other one it was something else, I can't quite remember. So I thought this idea that you bring a linear organization to a sort of, you know, to this plinth, and then it multiplies, I thought it was quite strong. Where I was less clear again, could you just go to your urban slide, to the very first one where you have the two configurations, code and the overview.
This?
Yes, for example, yeah. So, a lot of really interesting ideas, but I wasn't quite sure, do we look at the unit that could be repeated endlessly?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think, again, maybe it's the question again of the catalog. You know, I think I understand your reasoning. I think it makes a lot of sense looking at logistics. I really like the idea of multiplying and bringing it together. Absolutely, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I look at this as one site plan. I think I'd be more interested, how often can you repeat this? Does it always have to be linked? Or at which point can you begin to separate it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think these questions would be really interesting to maybe explore a little bit, even if they're more abstract, rather than this particular solution, this particular angle.
Yeah.
I think I was most interested when you argued at that scale it forms a certain coherence and it still continues. It has the bigger form.
Yeah.
To me, that was the most interesting point, I thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Hopefully I can try and add something. I mean, I enjoyed what you're talking about, and I like the title you've given it, Transfer Inquiry into Regional Systems. I just wonder whether there's a potential to zoom out and talk about how this model or this example is, you know, reinterpreted in different locations.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought, you know, one thought, because you're placing it, you know, on the edge of the land, you know, you've talked about the container port. I mean, this idea of the model of education, and this kind of, I always thought about Cedric Price's Potteries Think About as a kind of, you know, mobile, slow burn kind of education, you know, that you know, you're drifting through the country effectively, and it doesn't kind of separate, it makes lots of connections. And the potential for something like your project to extend across the sea, you know, the container port has that potential. And then, you know, I still can't quite get the wetlands connection, but I mean, I'm interested in that, but just again, you know, because it's on the edge of the water body, I mean, the potential for that to become an international kind of research opportunity. I was just, you know, flying a kite there. The other point, I suppose, for me is that because it's a very grounded project, it makes me think, and it's a big, indeterminate, kind of large-scale shed-type building, that the other price, obviously, of a price project is the Fun Palace, and the model of the Fun Palace as a kind of infinitely programmable, large volume that is cultural and takes on all sorts of other trappings that, you know, maybe that's a conversation, you know, that you could expand into if there's time. I just find it's very promising, and it could go further.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know it's not usually my role to speak in these moments, but actually I wanted to thank you, Shani, for taking on a project that shows a kind of intrepid character. So, Lee, you know, in keeping with your previous advice that we get out of London and think about things differently, this was a project that is very different from the kinds of things we feel we know inside housing and urbanism. And in a way, Cedric Price was used as a kind of provocation to think very differently than we normally do. And Ishani was willing to take that on. Now, nevertheless, there are starting points. The turn towards high-speed rail and the increase in capacity that we gain from high-speed rail, and the way in which that might lead us to rethink a more regional systemic planning was in some ways the starting point. Now, of course, those regional systems mean that we have very, very different territorial conditions. And what Ishani was trying to do was to imagine how we could take two things at kind of wild extremes, from an almost uninhabited wetland to a super intensive port, and ask, can we have a consistent point of view about things that appear along the rail line? Now, in the space of a few short months, I think it's an almost impossible challenge. And I think you did extremely well to keep some kind of control over this. Nevertheless, I think what we learn is that if we're going to handle a project like this with the same kind of comfort and confidence, we're actually going to have to spend time sort of digging into the way in which ports work and logistical systems work. Now, in Christos, I know is, partly because of the nature of Zaha Hadid's practice, they end up being able to confront extremely bold visions that other countries have where Britain often tends not to. And, so I know that some of the things that Christos has had to think about are, what do we do about Industry 4.0 if we're going to replan ports, replan manufacturing systems? And this is what we will have to do if we're going to get into these other domains of thought. So Ishani, you, in a way, have been willing to be a scout, as it were, and sort of begin to map out what we're going to be confronting if we take on this wider set of ambitions. But just linking this back to history of planning, when I was learning planning at UCLA, I was taught by John Friedman, who had originally been connected to the Tennessee Valley Authority, which was one of the early, large, ambitious, cross-state regional systems that influenced large-scale planning very much in the United States and was a cornerstone of Friedman's formation as a planning thinker. And I think we will need to revisit some of those more territorial interests. And I know Elena Pascalo behind me has been part of helping us start to think about where some of that thought has been. So hopefully we'll be carrying that forward.
Yeah. Any comments from the audience? No, Irene, not this time. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ishani. So London is calling again, and we are going back to see our final two projects in London, and I want to invite Dilara to take us to Brentford.
Hello. So in the last 2 decades, we have been witnessing a rise in large-scale residential developments in the UK. Looking at a range of projects that have been or plan to be built, 4 key urban conditions seem to make some sites immediately more attractive than others to mainstream real estate developers: waterfront, brownfield, high street, and growth zone. If a site manifests even a single one of these conditions, we can safely predict that it will be developed by a scheme that has possibly been in the making for years. Despite taking place in a variety of neighborhoods with different qualities, the majority of these developments yield similar urban forms and establish the foundations of similar patterns of living. Some of the common strategies are the privatization of the waterfront, the reconstruction of the high street, the demolition of messy brownfield forms and the renovation of prettier ones, and the strengthening of peripheral economic activity through infrastructure. These common strategies are based on singular and even mythical readings of attractive urban conditions. By changing the primary motivation of development from speculation to care, we can find a chance to reinterpret attractive urban conditions and seriously explore the civic motivations that new development strategies and urban forms can engender. Care is a particularly strong driver of change at the moment because, firstly, it's a theme around which various public and private partnerships can be activated. Secondly, various stakeholders and decision makers across various scales are restructuring themselves around it. And thirdly, it has a particularly spatial and urban dimension. An area that's home to multiple sites marked by all or some of these urban conditions is Brentford. Located in West London borough of Hounslow, Brentford lies at the confluence of the River Brent and the Thames, is an inner periphery opportunity zone extending to Heathrow Airport, and has formerly been home to the Brentford Dock, a major transshipment point. Due to these qualities, the area has been subject to continual development pressure since 1995, when it was officially recognized as a regeneration area for the first time. The development pattern in the area is marked by introverted residential patches, which range from suburban cul-de-sacs to high-security gated complexes. The site of study is situated near the western edge of the High Street and the Brentford Dock housing estate, where the River Brent takes a northwestern direction. The 1.5-hectare site is currently being developed by the Ballymore Group with an extensive 5-hectare scheme called the Brentford Project, the key promise of which is to reconnect the high street with the waterfront. In generating care-oriented approaches to the development of attractive sites, the concept of agglomeration that we come across too often as a morphological outcome should be requalified as a considered strategy. One way to do this is through the assemblage of a collective form. To find ways into assemblage, we can have a look at the existing relationship between different conditions. If we trace the interaction of the high street, waterfront, and brownfield sites, we see that there is a pattern of narrow public pathways that are often disrupted by large waterfront developments. However, there are also moments when the irregular forms of obsolete industrial buildings guide the dissolution of the high street to the waterfront. An irregular pattern, variety in size, and the consequential character of the landscape in between seem to highlight the collective and territorial opportunities imbued in these moments. To generate such opportunities across the whole site, we can explore a design strategy in which the big, the small, and the landscape are assembled through a considered irregularity and become the building blocks of a contemporary care landscape. The collective character of the waterfront can be strengthened through 3 buildings grouped by their size, event, and orientation. Their bigness brings multiple stakeholders together under one roof. Their at once residential and institutional character generates crossovers between public and private, and their positioning along the waterfront enables an anticipatory space and strengthens the existing public infrastructure. One of these buildings is a hybrid between the shed-like form of an indoor aquatic environment and the courtyard form of a residential assisted care environment. The courtyard form is lifted up, allowing the aquatic environment to be exposed in a variety of ways as a public infrastructure characterizing the ground level. Structural and material variations are mainly guided by considerations of light. Changing rooms are dug underground. While a half Olympic-sized swimming pool expressed by a linear volume and more perforated structural elements claims the space closest to the river to take advantage of the southern light, thermal bath, spa, and sauna areas are broken down to smaller pieces enclosed by thickened structural walls. Similar to Zumthor's thermobars, while these areas are significantly darker due to being tucked away deep into the ground plan, their atmosphere is marked by various forms of diffuse light. Through such variations that mediate dark and light, a sensorially rich journey advocated as an important feature of a care landscape is facilitated throughout the pool environment. While the heavy structure of the smaller pools and the cores extend higher to demarcate the courtyards of the assisted living floor, it dissolves into a lighter timber construction to accommodate housing. This creates a varied elevation on all sides and makes the housing seem like it's floating over a thickened topography. The landscape gradually slopes towards the high street facing side of the pool environment, creating a covered buffer zone for public use. The cores are carried through to the roof level, where a public terrace wrapped by housing and a public restaurant is situated. The patio arrangement of the courtyard form both structurally supports the roof terrace and enables the light to pass through all the way to the ground level. The residential care environment of this building reinterprets the assisted living model by tackling two issues. The first issue is the temporality embedded in the nature of professional care work. Situated on two wings that wrap around the pool volume, care workers' residences follow a hybrid of a dorm and hotel-like framework, offering various residential options for the changing work frequencies of different care workers. Type A is for more permanent care worker residents, catering for a more individualized lifestyle. Type B is for care workers who have to stay over only 1 or a few days a week, catering for a more temporary residence. And Type C sits somewhere in between. The second issue is providing different types of assistance under one roof for an intergenerational resident community. The courtyard typology is used to house people with varying assistance needs, as well as people who want to live with them through shared living models, such as home share. The serialized typology complements the legibility and simplicity of the circulation route across the floor. 2 courtyards are created, which contain care rooms, a pathway, and 2 patios, providing daylight for the small pools on the ground floor. The care rooms are accessed through the interior corridors and are surrounded by the micro-landscaping of the courtyard. While some are multi-purpose, becoming a setting for a therapy session in the morning and a yoga session in the afternoon, some are designed for more specific medical functions. Alongside an assisted living model that operates in a serialized typology, we can also think of a shared living model, which follows a more complex and versatile typology in a smaller form. We see an example of this in Merzalvonen by Duplex Architects, where a simultaneity of smaller living areas and access to a bountiful space of possibilities is achieved. The proposed building compensates reduced floor areas of flats by circulation areas, atriums, and hallways, reconceived as animated space of encounter, into which the interior life of the flats can spill out, or in which shared resources can be located. Organized around the core that is slightly shifted from the center of the building, an asymmetrical atrium sometimes gives way to spaces nested for more deliberate activities on occasions, such as co-working or table tennis. While advocating a notion of collectivity, this model is also interested in the provision of privacy. Assembled along a pinwheel structure are 2 types of flats, which follow a split-level arrangement, distinguished from one another through a slight difference in height. Their layout can be changed depending on different needs. This building deals with the high street as a site where community is performed and which is able to accommodate a rapid change of diverse services. To both free up and loosely organize the ground floor, the artifact uses a pinwheel structure with a structural core in the middle. Variety of volumes are generated through the aid of the heavy structure, which can be extended, perforated, or offset by other structural elements. While structure is consistent throughout the building, through these maneuvers, the ground plane is able to accommodate a very different life from what's above it. While one side is level with the high street, gentle slopes and topographic interventions are used to weave commercial and care-oriented units to the landscape towards the waterfront. An irregular grouping of the small point block typology breaks apart the high street into a more permeable environment, reinforcing the mixed pattern that already exists in the area and allowing the development to become part of the city. Each building varies in height, internal organization, and public program, but they all share a higher ground floor for a variety of retail, office, and outpatient care clinics, and lower upper stories for shared living typologies. While the high street side is loosened up by the small and the changing, the waterfront becomes marked by the big and the fixed. Through such an assemblage of a collective form, a consistent dissolution of the high street to the waterfront is achieved, bringing with it new opportunities to influence the inner peripheral civic grounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start? Katharina, you're looking at me as you might be interested.
No, I can start. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. I mean, I do tend to enjoy when it becomes really architectural. I think, to be fair, but I think I really enjoyed the way you spoke about the typological resolution of care in a building as an urban block. I think I really enjoyed that. So that was really good. It was great to see the variety of solutions and really thought through. I mean, at the same time, of course, you could take the same configuration, you could do something else with it as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's worthwhile to recognize that when you move forward, no?
Yeah.
I think I also really like the logic of your urban, the logic of your urban diagram, and I think that's probably where we'd spend a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Not because I don't think it wouldn't work, but I think because you focus so much on the plan and the section, which is great. But of course, in a way, it'd be really interesting to really think about the spaces between the buildings and the permeability, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I think there's a part of me who thinks, is it really the case that the largest thing needs to sit in the waterfront, or is it a question of articulation? I don't know, but maybe you don't know either. I mean, the principle of permeability, and I think the little sketch you showed with the view in the volumes at the very beginning, I really like that. Before we go. You know the one I mean, the hand sketch.
This one?
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very, very efficient little diagram, but very, very good in terms of communicating your issue and your problem, how you address that.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be good to look at the ground plan and section of the urban scale that you can carry on consistently with your logic of care or whatever it is, of types.
Yeah, completely agree.
Morphology and complete that. I think that would be my recommendation. But I really enjoyed that.
Thanks.
Thanks. Katharina, thank you very much. I really enjoyed that as well. Also, I know this area quite well. I used to live around here. And I've watched it being transformed, into a developer environment, a developer paradise, but paradise for developer, but maybe not so much for the people that used to live there, maybe still live there, have lived there for a long time, and I think a slightly truncated vision of what might happen in the future. So your approach is care-oriented. I think is terrific, and I like the way you've played that out.
Thanks.
I suppose it's a question really. Do you and it's a cliched question, but do you see this in a way as an opportunity to resist the developer-led approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think a section that I wanted to look further into was how this assemblage could be an opportunity for bringing more diverse stakeholders and actors together so maybe the smaller buildings would be developed by some private developers, but maybe the big building would be developed by someone else. So I didn't look at this in detail, but that was definitely a driver of the form, like how the form can be care-oriented in the way that it also brings more people together, more actors together. Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly what you were asking, but
that's
yeah.
Really good to hear. I just a couple of other points. I mean, I think I suggested with one or two of the other students that this idea of zooming out, and you can make the kind of larger kind of conceptual story for this area, and maybe a broader a broader kind of take on how you might go forward. But in terms of, in fact, following back on from what Katharina said about the building, I'd like to know more about this. The spaces between and the kind of. It's slightly dry at the moment, your presentation, and if there's a moment, some time you could, I hope, would enrich and show how inhabitation might take place.
Yeah, that's the next. I'm looking forward to sitting down and making these beautiful, visuals and looking at the details. Yeah, What? Thanks.
Well, thank you. I mean, I commend this piece of work, and I thought you explained it incredibly eloquently as well. I was completely convinced. I was so convinced that I wasn't sure when the precedents ended and your work started, because it was really incredibly assured work. And as I understand it, there's the big and the small. I was interested in where the medium is. Maybe that's your next move. And the idea of focusing on water therapeutically, but not just having that as a thing for the people who need care, but also people who need care who are working there as well. I thought that was beautiful. And then in terms of the small, you weren't explicit about it, but I understood that to be more self-directed care, sort of a nurturing environment. It wasn't where there was more independence, which I thought again was balanced. There's overall a kind of modesty to the proposals as well, which I think could keep the developers at bay, maybe, and in that it could be affordable, and therefore, for me, is believable.
Yeah.
I'd agree with Pierre about the gaps in the presentation, and they look like sort of textbook drawings, commendation.
Yeah.
But the spaces in between and the extension of the building out into the landscape is a gap right now, I think, that can be filled. And once you've done that, you've got a fantastic project, I think.
Thanks.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, I'd agree with a lot of the very positive feedback you've got. Going back to where you started in this question of speculation versus care.
Yeah.
And I think it's something to do with these diagrams, and then I mean, you set yourself up quite well to now do perspectives, the experience of someone in the space. I wonder whether it would be great to see you skewer the developer housing even more directly in order to demonstrate how far your model diverges from what's already there. Because I think there is to go back to the point of it's perhaps disappointing as a place to live for people that, and other than for the developer model of highly lettable units for probably relatively transient occupants. And I think there's a type, which is a kind of bar building, where everything communal is pushed into the public realm. And I think just typologically, your buildings are quite different in that they have these degrees of shared space that make the transition from public to private much more graded and sequential. And I think it's within that typological shift that it's a kind of very significant departure. It feels therefore quite European as a type and not very London, because by and large London is made by developers and they can't help but produce a very particular type. And I think there's also therefore the connections to other types that are not very London, like the palazzo, as the sense of something that can be both solitaire and part of a terrace, but is fundamentally has an inner world as well as a public face. And I think that's where it starts to become provocative at a city scale. It's demonstrating the absence of options typologically within some of these contexts. So yeah, super interesting. And fantastic drawings.
Thanks.
Really very convincing.
Thanks.
Hi, congratulations from me as well about your scheme. I'm going to pick up where the last speaker spoke, and I would concentrate on three arguments that were made today in your presentation, in the comments. Firstly, you mentioned 4 conditions that are favorable for developers. And you got me thinking there, because as per the comments that one of you made before, the game of development is so tight in London that you absolutely need one external factor to differentiate the product from everything else that's being made. And that's an incredibly difficult game that developers play. And of course, you know, the whole product and production of architecture through them is very well aligned to, you know, loans and mortgages and interest rates and cheap materials and the rest of it. Which leads me to think that someone in your position should not only be concentrating perhaps on the old people's care home, if understood correctly, this is what it is, or maybe not so old.
I can.
maybe no, starting with people my age upwards.
I mean, I'll just say that it's meant to revisit the assisted living through bringing different types of assistance together. So it's not just elderly care. It's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but that presupposes that there is an alternative system of social cohesion and interrelationships that needs to be put into play in order to assist those less able, you know, of all ages, let's say. And coming from a large Mediterranean family, which is also suffering the onslaught of modern, postmodern family explosion to different geographies and countries, where we nowadays, if I may, see the 25 people family together once every 2 or 3 years. And rewinding the time backwards, I basically want to go to the point where the social fabric that traditionally used to tend to those less able is now, of course, disappearing. Not to labor on the point too much, but what I wanted to challenge you on fundamentally was, if you're going ahead with this proposal, and it's a very good proposal, does it make sense to also start thinking about those 3 developer blocks that are right next to you, and take some poetic license and start thinking what those residential blocks may become if this care unit becomes the protagonist of this particular neighborhood? You know, and beginning to take much more impactful and wider actions to create, at the very least, at least in an academic environment, a prototype for living that challenges the notions that we all live with today.
Yeah.
And in doing so, would it also perhaps give you an opportunity to challenge the Corbusian typology, whereby you begin to rethink the relationship of those units internally themselves? Because I think it does worth a closer examination, kind of a passionately and obsessively detailed examination of how the various relationships work in these spaces.
Yeah.
And you know, I'll give you a personal experience. When my grandma was in her 80s, suffering from Parkinson's, she went into an assisted healthcare unit, and I found it absolutely impossible to accept. And that brought a lot of discontent between me and the rest of my family. Unfortunately, other people were making these decisions higher in the familial hierarchy than I was. And of course, it's always a compromise. But there is a point there where you can begin to, you know, work on the proverb you started with, I care because you care, you know, and I think you have to give it a full positivist approach and make this prototype potentially work in a way that begins to give us all tangible examples of how such situations could be managed and orchestrated in these places.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think outlining a physical prototype and action framework would be super helpful. I think theoretically I tried to do that through the way I frame care because it wasn't just about assisted living elderly, but it was more about like urban form, like how every housing project is actually should be a care project, because every care is vital, it's relational, it's about the types of ways we communicate, we live with each other. So it was, that's why I think I framed this second typology also as a care model, because that was the sort of leap I was trying to make theoretically, but I agree that it would be really useful to put it down on paper.
Very nice project, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, Larry, you have time, actually.
So now that we've started a trend, look, some of what you've been asked is to be more anthropological in a way, but I just want to point out something else that I see in this that I think the comments have been running towards, and that is that perhaps as much as anyone we've seen inside the program, you've attended to the question of, how do we build something like this? And really looking at it from the point of view that the nature of the type and innovation in the type requires thinking about structure. And you spent quite a bit of time in dialogue with Dominic on that. Now, what you were absolutely insistent upon was a kind of starting point about your notion of care and the variety of spaces that involved. And yet you had to give that some kind of rigor in terms of exploring construction. Now, what that ended up producing, in my mind, was the idea that understanding construction matters to exactly the kind of question David was asking, which is, how do we begin to pull collective environments more effectively up into a building so that the building becomes a seed for a wider associational life? Now, I think that conversation has been running back and forth across all of the comments. And I just want to say that from my point of view, this kind of sets another standard for the significance of thinking about construction and building typology in relation to these anthropological questions. And indeed, you didn't have enough time to complete all the stories, but I think there's something really very special about where you found balance in the conversation between the two. And I have to thank Dominic for the amount of time that he gave to helping you explore that. So that's really great.
Thank you.
Just also wanted to add, there are all these questions about, drawings that are not presented here or drawings that would be great to have. So just to remind our jurors that what you are seeing is perhaps 10% of the work that is forming the thesis, the publication. And I'm sure students will be happy to share with you, if you wish, their complete piece of work, because there is much more. And we are working hard with the students to help them to actually curate the final set of 20 slides, which gets quite frustrating at times because you have to make difficult choices when you are asked to present within 10 minutes and with 20 slides. And unavoidably, there are drawings that you regret not including. So it's for those of you who will be interested to see the full piece, I'm sure Dilara will be delighted to share. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the final presenter for today, and thank you for bearing with us, and it's not the easiest task, is Anna. And Anna is taking us to River Wandle, where we started the day, so southwest. So those of you who were with us in the morning would remember this interesting corridor. So we are going to finish the day in the same urban area. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit full screen mode, right? Yeah, obvious. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Spuntova, and I would like to talk to you today about careful neighborhoods. When we look today at the way the traditional care environments are organized, we realize that very often they're purely thought of as machines for service delivery. They do not offer us opportunities for cultivating meaningful relationships across ages, beyond highly engineered and institutionalized spaces, which means they are not accessible for families. And they're also not thought of as environments that can drive urban transformation and form long-life neighborhoods. How do we change that? We could perhaps start by allowing different generations of one family to work and live in close proximity to each other, by allowing 5 kids from different families to spend time at the same nursery next door and then meet at the dinner at home that is shared by their families, by allowing elderly who need assistance in their everyday life to live next door to their grandchildren while not giving up on the services of health and well-being while still remaining their independence. Let's start by looking at this place. This is a circulation space of a corridor, but it starts to be transformed by the residents into a meaningful collective space through partial privatization. It is then immediately adjacent to spaces that are more ambiguous in terms of their sharing capacity. I would like to show how it starts working in a plan. And the place that I was showing you is right here in the middle. This is the circulation gallery. And it is then adjacent to the living rooms that are shared by 2 individual units. These living rooms allow the residents to host their guests and families, study and work beyond the space of their individual dwellings. The individual units themselves shift from the traditional linear form and start working with an L shape that allows us to firstly avoid entering directly at the bed, which is so often the case in traditional care environments, and also micromanage the privacy in the unit itself. The scheme is intended as a version of an assisted living environment for those who in their later stages of their lives are wishing to downsize their households but want to stay in close proximity to their friends and family, retaining lifestyle independence. Another scheme is designed with the life of potential key workers and their families in mind, when the culture of trust and collective raising of kids becomes important. The spaces that we traditionally put on the opposite sides of the need for privacy spectrum, like workspace and daycare, come right next to each other. This gives the residents flexibility in organizing their daily routine between workplace, home, and parenting responsibilities. The other side of the corridor belongs to the more private realm of the 2-story dwellings. Here, cooking and dining experiences are those that are being shared by 2 households and their close ones. The kitchens are brought to the light wells of the circulation space. This way, the process of cooking and dining becomes part of the visual engagement with the surroundings and is given a supervisional quality in relation to the spaces of work and daycare across the hall. It allows us to establish a whole range of possible patterns of interaction between the residents and the visitors of the building. The project in question looks into how collectivity is formed around the notion of care. The basic diagram of a deep floor plate cluster suggests moving away from the traditional, highly individualized care units that are positioned next to the much larger collectivized spaces. These schemes are actually part of a larger assemblage, which is located in a relatively fragmented environment, partially separated from its surroundings by a rail line over here. It is also facing Waterfront with allotment gardens and a park, which is then adjacent to the existing high street. The expanding from the logic of design investigations that I talked about before, we can start to think about designing for care not as just a problem of designing a single care venue, but rather of creating an ecology of care, a system that brings together all kinds of services and therapies at our doorstep, when care becomes a strong driver for transformation of challenging neighborhoods in our cities. Where could we potentially see such an ecology emerging? Let's have a look at the corridor that is formed along the River Wandle. It's located in the southwest of London. Here's the north, this is the Thames, and the corridor starts connecting Wandsworth to Croydon in the south. Similar to several other corridors in London that come from an industrial past, it offers us certain conflicts: fabric disrupted by industrial heritage, large-scale transport armatures, and endless streets of London vernacular. Such an area is unthinkable today in the context of traditional care environments. However, it does offer us an amazing landscape, layers of educational and healthcare infrastructure, and is well connected to the central city. A new approach to care ecologies and lifelong neighborhoods can give us a key to start looking at this corridor in a much more systematic way. And I'm going to show how using one indicative site located over here. There are many areas along the River Wandle, I will call them enclaves, that share similar characteristics and are all, in a way, irregular. Within these irregular conditions, we can start to identify three distinctive conditions that in fact organize them. Those will be the high streets, light industrial zones, and areas of nature and allotments. Each of these conditions is important for our neighborhoods, but is often under-theorized today. Another quality that I think is important about these conditions is that the medium scale is missing from them. We can find the extra fine grain of the traditional residential and the extra large scale of the industrial elements, but the most trivial scale is not there. Accumulation of care environments oriented towards collectivity can fill in the gap at a mediating scale. In order to unlock the potential of the area, the first step would be to find a more systematic approach to the way its servicing is organized, so that the logistics stops being a disruptor to the area. In order to do that, we can free part of the industrial area behind the sheds between the railway in order to organize a dedicated logistics and servicing corridor with a separate shed for parking and turning of the trucks. The existing parcellation that is existing on the site can actually give us the sense of dimensions and start to help locate the project as something that establishes balance and integration within a wider circulatory system. This way, the light industrial vocation of this area remains, but what we start to notice is that actually, perhaps it's also a great place to live in. It starts to offer us characteristics of adult playgrounds, and we can imagine how in the close future they can become lifelong playgrounds. Just to kind of locate you, we're not looking, the river is over here, we're looking from the side of the railway, and the north is on this side. Adjacent to the rethought industrial area come together two kinds of residential environments. They're linked, this is the first one, and then the second one is over here. They're linked to each other through a series of gardens, courtyards, and allotment gardens. This is where we see how, determined by the existing parcels and dimensions, these elements can start transforming a fairly substantial part of the area. They can be juxtaposed to each other and successfully coexist without a need to be thoroughly interwoven. If we start looking at the whole system, imagining how all of the elements in the area start working together, an opportunity for a broader landscape emerges, with a richer environment that is built around health and well-being, the one that creates a platform for stakeholders to start building multi-sectorial bottom-up governing systems. A landscape that includes opportunities for interaction with the water, doing sports in a group or individually, practicing gardening, organizing events, having a leisurely walk, or renting a place in a boat workshop. Part of the existing of this landscape is framed by an existing high street and a park behind it. In general, today, the traditional high street, so typical for London, is struggling to redefine its purpose, and bringing care environments to them becomes particularly challenging. Two new types are introduced by the project to rethink the high street in terms of the kind of daily rhythms it can take, and shift it from being nothing more than just a concentration of shops. A linear form over here shapes the edge of the park and starts to create distinctive environments on both of its sides, which are equally hardworking, in contrast to the high street approach to linearity, which suggests a rigid distinction between the front and the back of the house. It addresses the condition of the park on one side, which stops acting as a backyard of the terrace houses and invites sports infrastructure and urban agriculture amenities. The other side is the one that is still open for the neighborhood, but starts offering more secluded, intimate spaces of gardens and playgrounds, creating a transition from the super private spaces of the residential backyards. Another archetype of care is introduced in a courtyard building. It's over here. Opening up double-lit spaces and the courtyard on the ground floor for civic-oriented settings, open both to the local community and the residents, it starts to offer an alternative to the traditional image of the ground floors that are shaping the high street. The idea of gardening at one's private allotments is extended into a whole system that celebrates food and brings people around eating and producing. An additional layer of infrastructure is brought next to the existing allotments: greenhouses, an orchard, and spaces for catering and event hosting. Industrial structures next door can then be used to cover the servicing needs of the urban agriculture production. The industrial land extended towards the river becomes a more civic-oriented surface, housing a rowing school, a boat workshop, and a new route along the Wandle. Perhaps by broadening the set of businesses that the industrial land can support and creating crossovers with the new care ecology, we can start retaining the viability of our employment lands. We can imagine how a shed becomes a setting for catering events, cooking workshops, or a restaurant that collaborates with the producers next door and takes advantage of the freshly grown local foods. The dimensional characteristics of these spaces become instrumental to other spaces in the project. The substantial height of the ceiling and large window surfaces on the ground floor become crucial to the quality of light and air and to the range of programs these spaces can accommodate. Coming back to the assemblage I was showing you in the very beginning, every deep floor plate cluster that comes in next to the industrial land can operate as a single building, with its parts benefiting from the services offered by the others and the collective offer embedded into their architecture. However, each part is independent enough to be built separately and occupy land sequentially, not imposing master planning solutions on the industrial land. The system of clusters does not choose a primary orientation and works with a version of frontality that is closer to the way a campus organization operates on a landscape, with multiplicity of entrances and a network of secondary and primary paths. Overall, the project has an aspiration to show how parts of what is currently the Wandle corridor can be turned into a series of well-defined, highly performing, careful neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. So, who would like to go first? Christos, you started.
Thank you very much for a very exciting, inspiring presentation. We have been seeing and discussing today how we can begin to, I guess, impact existing pieces of urbanism, but by transforming them into something else, something more desirable, something much more adapted to what we want to be living with and in today. And I think this is an interesting example of how perhaps with careful drilling down into the details of the matter, one can begin to re-engage in the typologies that make these spaces in the smaller scale, but then also in the larger scale. And the way you took your presentation from the interior of the spaces to the outside is actually quite genius. I was very impressed with the glazed interior spaces of the multi-tenant unit and the way that you can begin to see from one's room into another, into another, into another, into another, with interruptions of light, plants, bicycles in the way, and children's toys, etc. And I think it was really interesting to see that sort of environment. But now that I've seen it, I feel like I would like to feel how it is to live in it. Mm-hmm. And I think it's quite interesting and exciting to speculate on those instances. Unfortunately, the architecture of today, for better or worse, became a lot about the wall, about the way we build, not about the way we live and the way we operate and negotiate spaces and boundaries and activities within these spaces. And at some point I started laughing inside me because I thought, can you imagine one of those sort of compulsively obsessive old ladies who want complete privacy and they lock everything up and they put carpets on the wall and whatever, and what mayhem would actually happen in there. But I think that's life, huh?
They will still have their privacy. They can still put carpets on the walls in their private units, but then kind of meet their grandchildren in the middle and still kind of,
No, I agree. But the fact that you're able to witness those sort of idiosyncrasies and enjoy life at its full majesty, I think, is what that architecture does. And I think that's very, very interesting, inspiring, and important.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for another great presentation. Yeah, I was also very taken by the model, and I was intrigued because I thought that there were two modes of representation that I found particularly communicated well. That was the hand diagrams and the model. And then what I noticed was that when I tried to read the diagram in your plan, it was hard to see the things that were so clear in your diagram and model in the plan. You could, I mean, for example, it was right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah, that model, yeah. Go back to the model.
Oh, you mean the view or
the view inside? Yeah. Okay, I agree. There's a quality to this that was, in a way, it's curious now. We've seen the whole presentation because it was unique, as a moment in your presentation, being that three-dimensional, that experiential. And what's clear in here is the importance of the light well. And then if you go back to your diagram and here. So what I thought was fascinating, in all of your diagrams, it's clearer what the story of the project is. And then I thought it was particularly interesting in your light wells, even the light well isn't marked with a cross or anything. They almost disappear. And I thought what was interesting is with the clarity with which these things appear in some representations, and how it feels like when you draw in certain ways, you're motivated by something else, which is perhaps less intuitive and less conceptually clear.
I think I can quickly just to comment on that, because I think it's because in those diagrams, my main motivation was to convey the organization of the system, the spatial sequence, because it becomes important, this gradation of privacy. And, the more the units that are drawn with the single line that are enclosed, and then they kind of transition through, and then the light wells here become part of these partially shared space. And then here, I wanted to show more how the floor plate is organized. So,
but I wonder, for me, that makes sense. But for me, the idea of your project, which I think is in the scheme, is realised in the scheme through the models and diagrams, is the importance of your idea. And if your drawings diminish that impact, then there's something not quite right about the drawing, rather than you're trying to show something else.
Yeah.
Because I think that you could draw the same plan, and it would be much closer to your concept than it is currently. And the reason I think that's relevant is that a lot of your presentation had quite a kind of particular projection, yeah? So at some point you chose to draw everything in, I don't know what it's kind of planimetric, yeah? And again, I have the feeling that the planimetric projection is causing you a lot of labour, and I'm not sure how much it's helping you with your scheme. And that there are aspects of the scheme that are either more interesting or are unresolved, and that the labourful, way of drawing is not helping your idea. So I would say that the idea is great, and in the couple of weeks you have, I would almost try less to invest so much time in challenging drawings, and more in, I'd like to see the site drawn with that level of clarity, so that I actually understand. Because one potential weakness in the scheme is that at an urban level, it was quite compound-like. It kept making me think of military compounds in urban situations, where there's a very, very strong boundary, and then things tend to start by being aggregated around the edge, and then the spaces in between are quite left over, used but left over. And yet sometimes urbanistically it had that, which maybe has the same feeling that the way you've drawn your courtyards is almost like the idea just peters out. It's a great idea, it's in your scheme, but I look at the plan and I was like, I can't tell what's important anymore. And I wonder whether it's the same with the urban thing. Draw it in the ways that you really feel your project, and not in ways in which you think that's a particularly accomplished way of, because they look incredibly, they're very impressive, but I am thinking like, I want to know, with the same intrigue about the courtyard, like what's important in the scheme, and I'm actually kind of spending quite a lot of time kind of trying to understand the drawing. Now that may be my inadequate ability to read planimetric drawings, but anyway, because you did these other two pieces of work, which again, I think, to repeat, the model is so fantastic. Can you do that to everything?
Sure, no problem.
There you go. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that presentation, and I enjoyed all the drawings, particularly this one, which is why I've kept my glasses on. I think, just actually going back to this morning, I think, Rashida, this is the textures that are here, evoking certain terrain. Would be great to put in, if she's still in the room, would be great to put into your drawing, as we mentioned. I think what's interesting about the project as well, it's a lot to take in, actually, it's fast again, is the scale with which you can engage with communal or the intimate. I thought that was really interesting. You've got that range of opportunity. You're not forced into a collective or communal situation here, I think, which is great to see. I think that was one of the points that was made in another scheme this morning. So I'd commend it. Also, I love the David called them the model of the 3D drawings, which are kind of neutral, apart from the vegetables or the toys. I thought that was a lovely touch as well. So, and I think that's where the two drawings, one is from the sort of corridor space with the light wells, and the other one was from the communal kitchen, which is where your interest were. I think you could do more of that, maybe, to explore the really super important bits. But I think it's a delight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. I enjoyed the presentation and find it particularly rich. I like the way you've taken on the one little corridor. The kind of questions I asked there are, does it cross borough boundaries? And the notion of, it's almost like a strategy for a UDP, and almost you want to kind of go back and unravel what you've proposed as a series of more perhaps strategic scenarios.
Yeah.
And you know, this is one, or maybe this is it. You know, but that's something maybe that available in the time for you to do. The other aspect of the project I want to talk on, and I think some of the comments that have been made are really supportive and helpful, but I was just wondering about, in this strategic overview, you may talk about the potential for phasing, the time frame for long-term and short-term initiatives, which are available and could be, you know, you could read this in many ways that could reflect those kind of observations. And then, apart from the long time frame, I was even wondering, because you have, I think that the models of inhabitation I find very intriguing. I'd like to spend more time with them and just try and discover how you've, you know, the opportunities that they offer, you know, for individual, family, collective living. I just wondered about a speculation about the daily cycle, you know, something about the nocturnal maybe, that might be interesting to think about. You know, what's this whole territory like at night?
Okay.
And you know, how do you access it? You know, it's sort of, again, the drawing doesn't necessarily demonstrate how, you know, the motor vehicle is accommodated. And the last point I'd like to make is really about this conversation about ecology, care ecology, and I just think you could be a little bit more explicit in coming, you know, in your conclusion about what you've achieved and what you hope to achieve, and what you think you might achieve, and how this might evolve, you know, as you know, over time. But really, really interesting, intriguing.
Thank you.
Not that much for me to add. I really loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I really liked the way you start with the corridor, then to the building, to an assembly of buildings, to a cluster, to an urban proposal, which I think is very convincing. I think that worked for me really, really well. I didn't mind the rendering, David. I don't saw a contradiction, but that's okay. But I really also enjoyed the diagrams with the plan, to understand them, and I thought how powerful it was to inverse the hierarchy between living and bedrooms. You know, how rarely you see that, you know, and I think, of course, that makes perfect sense if you look up by distribution of space. So I thought it was, you know, really interesting also for me to reflect upon, you know, the way you've drawn it up. So I really enjoyed that. Only minor comment, if you have a bit more time, I think it'd be worthwhile to look at the intersection of the build volumes in the ground plane for the urban scale. And I think even if you just look at some precedents, I mean, all the good co-housing projects I know in Berlin, they're all very intelligent, the way in which they articulate the ground level. It's never just a flexible space. Yeah, it's almost always a sectional articulation that links the shared space inside the co-housing project to the urban realm. And so often the way it works in sections is quite complex. So you could just show a couple of those, because in a way they very often then act as programmatic catalysts for the wider area, as well as bring in other stakeholders. And I think it would be a really easy way to add one more layer to the way in which you can begin to orchestrate your urban strategy in a very simple way. I thought it was great.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Katharina. Again, as I was saying previously, many of the drawings you guys are mentioning exist, and you will have a chance to see them in the booklet sections that Anna had to edit out. So we are doing really great time-wise. So Larry, do you want to carry the tradition of summarizing the presentation? Sure. You have at least 10 minutes. So.
Well, I just wanted to actually follow up Anna in commending your project. And Really, when I think about, as I think Christos was pointing out, your bravery in accepting the idea of starting from the inside and working out, it's one of the things that we believe in as a program, that we need to understand better the intimate life of buildings, and that urbanism follows in many ways from that, if it's well understood. And I think trying to, there's a tendency for urbanism to always start with the grand scale, and then imagine that finally we get around to the building, and it's in some sense a response or a solution to a preconceived notion of how we should read the grand scale. What we're trying to do is to find that balance, but perhaps by often shifting towards prioritizing the interior. And I think you showed that remarkably well. And I know that wasn't your initial inclination. And so again, there's a personal bravery that you showed in being able to make that shift. So I appreciate that hugely. I just actually want to follow on a little bit and thank our jurors, because it's been a very long day, and particularly for Lee and Katerina, who've been here from the morning. You've had to maintain a level of attention to all of this for a long period of time. And what I notice is that you were able to grasp what was distinctive in each of the projects in a way that is very constructive for us. So I appreciate that hugely. And then to add in David's and Christos's comments at the end as fresh voices is a real pleasure for us. Now, most of all, I would like to thank the students themselves. I know how hard you have worked to meet the deadlines, and I think the work speaks for itself today. You've done beautifully, and your commitment and contribution is noted, because these are the kinds of projects that should be influencing where the field is thinking. And I think that showed up very much in the conversations we were able to have at the end of the day. I think one of the things that George and I have always been interested in is in showing an urbanism that is very close to the present day. We're looking for an urbanism that can think provocatively, but very much in keeping with current conditions of development, and to try to imagine how the drivers of change that we see around us, that we can observe, we can feel, can be pulled into the projects. And I felt that across the day, your work showed that very clearly. I think that there's one other thing that was picked up on over the last couple of presentations, and that is there is a strong belief within the program in an associational logic to the way in which cities work. Now, if we take a number of recent London developments, we can pick any number of them, but let's say Elephant Park down in Elephant and Castle, we can see very clearly the emphasis upon public realm and engagement between ground floor and a new park. That is all very obvious, but as soon as we go up into the building, we lose any sense of that associational life. Now, what we've all been looking at here, and all of you picked up independently without me mentioning it, is the idea that by starting with the interior life of the buildings and exploring that as an associational realm, we can begin to influence the way in which cities are understood as a political and associational environment. So that's some of the things that are most important to us, and that urban areas transform through changing practices that can be supported by an architecture. So we're very grateful that you spotted these things and that you were helping us clarify the areas where we have still to develop in order to bring that out even further. And that's the value of these moments, both for our students who are now leaving, but also for us as a program, because many of those in the room are the new cohort who are picking up on these ideas and now will take them forward in their own research. So thank you all very much. It's time to celebrate with a drink. But before I close this, I just also want to remind you that tonight we have Anna Kessley from Duplex Architects here at 6:30, who will be presenting our keynote lecture for Housing and Urbanism this year. And I think all of you have noted the degree to which Duplex Architects have been an inspiration for the program. So we're more than happy to have this this exclamation mark to the work that's been done. Thank you all very much. And finally, I would like to thank my team, Anna, Dominic, Francesco, Elena, Steve, who's now gone, George. I think we've had an interesting challenge this year in having the largest cohort of MArch students that we have ever had before. And to reach this point in the year and see the diversity of projects that we've been able to look at today and the range of drawing styles, I think it's quite commendable that as a team there's been both this diversity and coherence. So thank you all very much. Irene, your contributions to our architectural thinking has been very important to us. So to the team, I'd like to thank you all very much. And we'll see you upstairs at the bar and then hopefully at Anna Kessley's talk. Thank you all.